Speaking of members and things, because it's June, we're gonna start playing Dwarf Fortress in a second here. But because it's June, my annual Patreon stuffs are currently on sale. So if you decide for some reason that you want to support me on Patreon and you do it for a whole year, you'll get 16% off instead of the normal 6% off. I do this around Christmas and around June every year. I'm just clicking some cookies in a cookie clicker, and then we can get started. All right, let's dive in. Gonna pop that up. All right, so we're picking back up with the Plank of Nations in some weird cult fort or something. So I have this fort. This fort is very strange. And I'll explain why this fort is very strange in a moment. Don't worry about me. There's supposed to be bad tile sets, Animal. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So, first off, this is a Sinister Lake. All right, that's the first thing I need to say. This lake is sinister, meaning it is not quite haunted, but not good. Turns out people who get rained on, who stand next to the lake, develop a fever, which doesn't seem to ever go away. So they get deathly ill for the rest of their life, which is kind of awful. Which also kind of sucks. And you want to fight? You can join the military, cutest. So we have 19 dwarves in this fort. Okay, that's the first thing. We have 19 dwarves in this fort. And this is in the same world as the Crimson Pulley, which is a series of like 5 forts that I did. So all the way up here is Angel Razor and the Fortress of Hotbeards, and of course the Fortress of Mothfall and all that. So we've done pretty good work here in this world. Cajun Bard with the Prime sub for 28 months. Welcome back. So we've done pretty well in this world, right? But we've started playing as a new faction for the first time in this little fortress here called Drowned Waters, as part of the Plank of Nations. We have a bunch of named dwarves in the fort. We have Sethados, we have Elomino, El Neso, Zakos, Pablo, Space Pirate, Lab Chimp, Thanom, Trizuka, Dank Penguin, Faulted Thrower, Stone, Bread Knight Luxury, Cutest Ghost, Gran, and Stoned Hobo, as well as Takonuva and Dragon Man. Now, we've discovered something kind of odd about this faction, right? First off, only 4 of these 19 dwarves are male. The rest are all female. The first weird thing we noticed. The second weird thing we noticed is all of the most popular gods in this faction, with the exception of one, are female themed, right? Like this one as an example. The Frightful Strangeness, a deity of the Plank of Nations, takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with torture and misery. There's also one that is the god of death and something. Let's see if I can find that one for you. That's, again, the most popular one. That's, again, the most popular one. Let's jump to somebody else. That is... here's another one. Lemush, the deity of the Plank of Nations, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with chaos, war, and fortresses. So we've got chaos, war, and fortresses, and torture and misery, right? We've also, let's jump to our wood burner here, who worships, again, the most popular deity. This is not very helpful here. Where's the other one? There's one other one. Lemush. Would help if I selected different dwarves, though. Let's go to Stoned Hobo. See, what god do you worship? You worship, again, the boring one. All right, let's jump to somebody else. Let's go to Stone, sure. Who's their chief medical dwarf. Also worships. Come on, does anybody worship the other one? I know that there's all right, well, there's one other one who is the male deity, who is represented by a male dwarf. This might be it. Most often takes the form of, oh no, this is the other one. A skeletal female dwarf and is associated with death. So that we also have Death Fatal, the deity of the Plank of Nations, most often takes the form of a skeletal female dwarf and is associated with death. But anyway, the only male dwarf god in this faction is the god of pregnancy. Okay, so that's also a little odd. So far we've got a lot of female dwarves, almost no male dwarves, and all of the male, and the only male god is associated with pregnancy. And this is kind of the nail in the coffin for this faction, right? For me, being strange, or out of the norm, there's only 2 fortresses. There's a Hillocks and Most Urn over here, which is a the mountain home, and then us, which is down here, right? Us in our Drowned Waters Fortress, right next to the Stupid Lake, which is the name of that lake that we're on. This is the last and the weirdest bit. The queen of this faction is a Gelder. So, after some deep research, we've more or less like come to terms with the fact that I think this is a cult. One of the more popular religious forms of music in this faction is called future metal. So naturally, I named the tavern. Where did I put the tavern? I put it somewhere. Did I actually queue up a new location for it? Ah, here it is. The Marsh Pit. So I couldn't call it the Mosh Pit, so it's the Marsh Pit. So I've decided to just kind of go all in with this theme of like this female-run fortress. So all male dwarves are fisher dwarves. That's the only task I give them. I'm letting the ladies run the show. We do have one dwarf who hasn't been named yet, who is little Soxul, who's been fine, apparently. He is dejected after being unable to help anybody for too long. Dreams of raising a family. So something else that started happening is we've been here for 3 years. We got our first 2 migrant waves. We haven't had any since. I think we're only going to get these 20. So I don't know how long we're going to play this particular fort for, but I think we're going to play this faction for a little bit, because this faction is like way too fun to me. Kind of my... I don't really have any long-term plans for it just yet, but I'm sure we'll think of something. But for right now, it's just... We're just kind of building in these cavern layers and kind of enjoying the shenanigans of meeting everybody. Elomino over here is currently uneasy after the lack of decent meals and bored after being unable to practice some martial art and dreams of raising a family. You want to practice some martial art? All right, you know what? I really haven't started doing any kind of weapon stuff. As far as stocks and supplies go, we do have metal, but it's gold and silver, which is useless. I don't believe we've actually traded with my own home faction yet. I don't think they've actually sent wagons to trade with us yet. We've only traded with the elves so far. So everything about this faction is very strange. You must leave for work. You do what you got to do. I might still be on when you get back, depending on how long you're at work for. But you have a good day at work. Infinity smiles. But if anybody wants to be the final dwarf that is available, give me a shout. And we will... Oh, okay. So here I thought these were holes. These are actually just piles of seeds. Okay. Let me know if you would like a dwarf in this fort, and we can get you named. Otherwise, silver is good for maces. This is true, Sathatos. And you are in this fort. And you are actually one of the few happy-ish ladies in this fort, by the way, Sathatos, because you have a very good bedroom. We just got the bedroom set up. The blinking dwarves are the ones with the fever. Yeah, so they're the ones that got rained on by the stupid lake. So if you get rained on by in the stupid lake, you... gain that permanent fever. Toss you in the running. I can absolutely give you the last fisher dwarf that we have available. How do you spell that? Yeah, expedition leader. Yep, you're in charge of this. Of these shenanigans. You are dejected after being unable to help anybody for too long and felt self-pity after being unable to practice the craft for too long. So the problem is because of this theme that we're dedicating to, I can give you medical jobs, but I can't give you crafting. I'm sorry. The only crafting job that I'm allowing the guys to do is shell crafting. So I will let you make things out of bone, I suppose, just so that the guys don't go insane. But aside from that, like, there's literally nothing I can let you do. Because we're dedicating to this theme way too hard. So, welcome to the fort, though. That being said, You are 88 years old, and you're a worshiper of Lemush, of course, who is the deity of war and fortresses and chaos. Takes the form of a female dwarf, naturally. You are dejected after being unable to help anybody for too long, and you want to acquire things. You're 88 years old, born on the 4th of Timber in the year 116, and he has a broad body and he is muscular. His sideburns are braided, and his medium-length mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is tied in a ponytail. His slightly large irised emerald eyes are wide set, and he has a broad chin. His head is very short, and his somewhat narrow short ears have nearly fused lobes. His eyebrows are extremely sparse, and his cinnamon skin is wrinkled. His nose bridge is slightly convex, and his eyebrows are extremely sparse. His cinnamon skin is wrinkled, and his nose bridge is slightly convex. Oh, also, another thing I need to mention, the first fort we did as part of this faction got bugged and the water spawned on the wrong layer. So nobody drowned, but, well, 2 people did, but not everybody drowned. So I had to abandon that fort immediately. So there is actually another fort in this world by this faction that we technically started, which is 1 tile over from where we are right now. And one of the dwarves from that 7 immediately left the puddle of water of that fort and is now the outpost liaison. So Wilmer will show up if we ever actually trade with the old faction. So that's kind of fun. Let's get back to reading Selawek. Wrong button. There we go. He personally holds shrewd and crafty individuals at the lowest esteem and doesn't care about art one way or another and dreams of raising a family. He is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need and has a credibly calm demeanor, and is very slow to anger and dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep his own counsel. He often feels discouraged and has a greedy streak. He occasionally overindulges and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and really doesn't care about anything anymore. Well, you better not, living in this hellhole. So this cavern layer that we're in has jabberers in it. This is the middle cavern layer. So they're like literally right next to each other. It's like middle cavern, upper cavern, like 1 layer apart. So as for how we're building, these are all constructed walls. I cut the whole thing out and then now I've been filling it in. So I'm kind of having some fun with it, you know? I need to figure out where we're farming, or are we even farming? We are farming. Okay, we're actually farming up here above ground. I need to make some bags. Do I have cloth? No. Okay. Noted. Let's just jump down to down here. Farmer's workshop. Giving up hope, probably wise. Naturally. I mean, I would if I were in this fort. So yeah, I think that this faction's dead. Like, talking mechanically for a second here, based on, like, the number of forts, I'm probably ascribing way more lore to it from my discoveries than is actually true. This faction's probably just, like, got cat. Oh, yeah, also there's a Forgotten Beast running around, which can't get to us, fortunately. I feel like the actual situation here is this fort is probably just kind of dead. But I'm not going to let that get us down, frankly. I think that we need to roll with it to a degree. And we'll see how far we can get this fort, and at the very least make a cool-looking fort and start some wars or something. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. Tomorrow's my birthday, so it's a weird day. It's like that. Oh, it's the last day of my life where I get to be 27. Tomorrow's the first day of my life where I get to be 28. That's weird. I kind of have like this mini goal of just streaming until I turn 28, which is at 12:06. So 6 minutes after midnight, which is about an hour later than I normally stream. 28 is the new 27, for me at least, yeah. So letting Elomino process plants. And also make a loom right next to that. But yeah, this is a weird fort. It's a weird fort, but I think it'll be good for just an experience of getting to know this faction, and hopefully we'll be able to you know, do some other things in the general vicinity. I kind of want to start a war with the elves in this area, but we'll see. Currently, we just have no Can I just say that's a concerning name for that civilization? Yeah, this is a new fort I started last week. Yes. But yeah, anybody else concerned by the name of that civ? Or just me? Because that's... Everything about this whole portion of the world is looks like normal Elvish. True, I think the Violent Birth was the worst one I've ever seen, actually. Like, as in started with a new fort once you're done with PoE? Kind of deal? But, yeah, might start a war with the elves. We'll see. Because there's no way in hell we'd win against goblins with only 20 dwarves, but it depends on how many people we get. Okay. But the other thing that we're working on up here is this whole area, which is our bedrooms. Those all need bedroomy things. So I think we're going to make coffers, rock coffers. Let's just make 30, and cab rock 30. And I'm going to make those out of, let's just make them out of Cavern. It's a decent color. I do have gold, but I haven't dug down to the Magma Sea yet. And let's take a look at the metals that we have. We do have silver. We need to smelt more silver, I think. But I need to find... Okay. Is it just native silver ore? Galena. Okay. Smelt galena. Let's just do 40 galena. That'll be more than enough silver, and also a ton of lead. But more than enough silver for us to be able to make all of our stuff out of silver. Is it dying stable? This fort? You just... I assume... Did you only just get here, the Star Legend God? So I'm assuming you missed the whole lore dump that I literally just... Why does that always happen? I do, like, a lore dump of the fort, and then, like, within 5 minutes, 3 people are like, how's the fort? It's like, I just spent 10 minutes talking about that. But chat, you fill them in. This is your job. This is your test, chat. This is... you guys... Did you listen? This is the written test where you have to tell every other person who came into the stream what this fort is. I can confirm this fort is not a stable because there isn't a single horse in it. You weren't listening? Well, that's on you. You're missing all of that good fortress story. Though the civ is mostly dying. Yeah. It's a weird harem civ where the queen's a Gelder and there's almost no men, and the faction itself has almost no expansion, and I think I know why. All of the gods are scary ladies that are focused on, like, death and destruction and torture and misery. They have a form of music called future metal, and I only got the first 2 migrant waves, and we have a cat that has a fever. Every single dwarf is named, so I don't know how long we'll actually spend in this fort, but it's been entertaining, at least for the beginning. But it's fine. It's going all right. We're just trying to get all of this, well, some weapons made and some other things. Sounds excellent. Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. Cute. Lead. Oh, and the lake is also called the Stupid Lake. The dwarves named it that, not me. So, or the world named it that, I guess. Lead armor stand. Let's do 2 of those. And lead weapon rack. Let's do 3 of those. So yeah, perfectly normal dwarven weirdness, basically. The Stupid Lake. I'm not making this up. It's called the Stupid Lake. Like, maybe the next one we do is actually, You know where we should go next with this faction? We should try and go on the Gulf of Scribes and the Silky Dunes, because this up here is a good desert. That could be fun. There's also this area over here, which I'd like to settle in, which is the current... Oh, no, actually, it's inaccessible. Never mind, we shouldn't go there. Inaccessible spots suck. But there are some areas around here that could be fun. Like, ooh, this could work. There's this another good lake over here. And then the Marsh of Blame, which is a spooky marsh. Like, there's plenty of fun spots around here that we can do as part of this faction. Haven't seen Evil Hills in ages. I did a Evil Hills fort, or a fort with a portion of Evil Hills not too long ago, although it was haunted, not evil. It was just normal resurrecting shit. So, you know. And flood my fort. I mean, I wouldn't complain. It would be funny. Anyway, so yeah, I don't know how long we'll stay in this particular fort. At least for today. But overall, I don't know how long we'll stay in this particular fort. Just because, like, forts that don't really get migrants are kind of shitty. But I want to get to know this faction, and I also want to get to know the other factions in this world. So I'm gonna do at least 3 or 4 forts as part of this faction. With this weird, like, female-centric dead faction. See if we can fix it and maybe get the mountain home at some point. You know, like we'll see. We'll see if we can resurrect this mess of a faction. But if we can't, that's fine. It'll be entertaining at the very least. I want to know why, if the friendly lake is better or worse than the stupid lake. That's actually something I genuinely want to know. But you know, this will be a fun faction to roleplay regardless. Let's do silk bags. Silk bag 3. So where is that forgotten beast exactly? Oh shit. Right. Then there's this person. So I'm not sure how they got there. This person is a vampire. Okay. Who was in one of my forts for the Crimson Pulley, I think Mothfall, who went insane after they killed 2 people and got chained up, right? So they killed 2 people and then got chained up and went completely insane. So they just have this blinking exclamation point on them and they just kind of wander around and they can't eat or drink or do anything because they're completely insane, right? I saw them show up and I was like, I don't really want this person in my fort. So I expelled them. Turns out that was a mistake. Anyway, they haven't left the map, and somehow they got stuck in the caverns. And are now just kind of climbing around the caverns completely insane. I'm still not sure how they got into the caverns, but they're down here. So, we do have a visitor. Speaking of visitors, everything is set to open for visitors, and, the only visitor we have is that vampire. That dare vampire. That dare vampire. So, you can't make this shit up. I'll say it that way. You can't make this shit up. But I'm gonna try and work us down into the caverns a little bit. This may go horribly wrong, but I want to work us into the caverns so that I can actually have somewhere to farm that's close by. And silver instruments in the tavern, though? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, we need to go all in with the religious iconography in this fortress. That absolutely needs to happen. Completely agreed. But currently, I'm just going to see... if I can... I need that to be an upstair, not an up-down stair. I can build into here, because all of my farming is currently basically on the surface, and I really don't want it up there. I want it down here. So we're going to dig down into here, and we're going to make this area sealed off. So I need to seal off these two, this thing up here, this over here, and then just block it all the way off on the right there. You're surprised how accurate it is? It's just Google Voice to text. That's all it is. Just like displayed on the stream, because Twitch has and has had support for such things for quite some time. So that's literally all it is. It's just Google Voice. So if you've ever tried to like use voice to text on your phone, that's literally all it is. So yeah, it is pretty accurate. It's either like pretty accurate or absolutely hilarious, and there's like no middle ground for it. See if I can block all this off before they go running off into strange places. Okay, that's a bunch of stuff. Nobody's run off into weird spots yet. This should be the last bit that needs to be blocked off. So as long as nobody runs... Oh, there goes one. Okay, let's just wait for you to come back. Another one, so 2 should both come back. 2 should come back. 2 should come back. 2 should come back. Come back. Come back. There's 1. 1. There's the other one. Let's just add a burrow real quick, which is just going to be right here. Does it have the... And let's just unsuspend that. Then come up here and start building that. We're trying to collect... Oh. Hold on. Oh, that's red sand, not lava. So, stuff's burning down here quite a bit, and they can see it, but they can't get to it, and that's why the jobs are canceling. It's because there's a Forgotten Beast down on that lower level. Is it nearly done? Yes, now it is nearly done. What are you carrying? Giant mole. Oh, come on. You did the one thing you're not supposed to do, Dwarf. You did the one thing that you're not supposed to do. Had a long phone call? I can't remember the last time I was on the phone for more than like a couple of minutes. True story. But welcome back, Ire Stupid. Yeah, I've been told that about the closed captions. It's like, they're either shockingly accurate or very entertaining. I'll wait for a dwarf to show up down here. Oh, game saving. Me? No, I just don't have phone calls. Why would I have memory issues? Unless you're talking about like RAM issues, which no. No, I just... I don't think I've had a long phone call since like pre-2010. With the exception of like doctors. But even that, like, those are like 15 minutes. Last time you were here, you had short hair. So if you check the channel points, I added I was like, I always wear it back. I always wear it tied back. I've had long hair for over 10 years now. But I added a thing where people can make my hair down instead of tied up. I normally have it tied up though. Okay, so let's lock them all in here. Hair up. All right. I'm gonna put my hair tie. Just let me pause the game for a second. Yeah, see, I live close to my parents, so I just go get dinner with my parents and see them like at least usually about once a week, and I see my mom about twice a week because me and my mom share a community garden plot, so I see my mom like twice, sometimes 3 times a week, and I see my dad like once a week. And I go see my Oma on my who's my grandma on my mom's side maybe once every 2-3 weeks, and she's not a big phone talker anyway, and I don't particularly like talking with my grandmother. And my little sister is like me and doesn't really talk on the phone much. My older sister, I don't believe she's ever actually answered a phone call that I've sent to her. What is that dog doing? Because my older sister's just not much of a phone talker, and yeah, I don't know. I don't have phone calls with people. Like, phoning people, like, I text people, but, like, I don't know a lot of people. I don't have a lot of friends, and the few friends I do have don't talk on the phone much. So, the concept of long phone calls, it's like, it's just not something that happens. So it's something I like, It's got nothing today to do with memory. It's because I can't remember the last time I've had a long phone call because it's been like a decade. Can you remember something you did a decade ago? That's not memory issues. That's just, it's been so long that I can't remember. But yeah, long phone calls just don't happen in the modern era. Like, I've had long sessions of, like, texting people. I don't count Discord calls as a phone call. That's a Discord call. You can't remember things you did yesterday? I probably don't remember things I did yesterday, but that's fine. I don't know about it. I know most of what I did yesterday. I'm just a bit offended that Aqua assumed that I've been having memory issues because I said I can't remember something. It's like, yeah, it's been that long. A Discord call with multiple people isn't the same as a phone call. A phone call is a thing that only has you and another person. A Discord call with multiple people, that's a meeting. that's not a phone call. A phone call is a phone call. You have to use a phone to make a phone call. If it's not using a phone, then it's not a phone call. Discord isn't a phone. Until Discord makes a phone and then gets a cellular network, it's not a phone call through Discord. Yeah, because none of my friends live in the, like, general vicinity of me except for my one friend Kevin. You ate a taco on Thursday, February 16, 2006. You know, there are people who have memory like that, and I feel bad for them. Genuinely. That is a horrible, horrible curse to have memory that good. It's just like people who not only remember everything that they've done, but also people who also people who remember dreams like memories. Because that's not super common, but it's also not uncommon. Where, like, you can't differentiate between, like, a vivid dream and an actual memory. Hey, Elomino. How are you? Yeah, no, genuinely, like I remember when I was little, I used to call my friends Scott and Jeff, these two brothers that I used to hang out with. And I do mean, like, when I was a little kid. And we would have long conversations on the phone and talk about, like, Lego and shit. Like, I remember, like, talking about the most recent Lego Club magazine issues with my friends on the phone when I was a little kid. Like, that was just something that used to happen all the time. And so now when people are just like, yeah, I just had a long phone call, it's like, wow, I can't remember the last time I had I sat down and talked to somebody on a phone for a long time. Is that the stupid lake? No, this is the underground lake, so the underground lakes don't have names that you can read within Fortress mode. No, the stupid lake is this up on the surface. Sure, LMAO. You never had any Lego sets as a kid? Most of the Lego sets that I had as a kid were either purchased on very, 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 very deep sales, like the one thing I got for Christmas, or were things that, like, most of the Lego that I got as a kid wasn't like kits. Most of the Lego that I got as a kid, because this was like back when Lego was still like cool and shit, and like before they became like a money grabbing nightmare company. Back when I was little, the way I got Lego was in those big bins that's just like, it's 1,000 bricks, that they used to sell for like 30, 40 bucks, which admittedly pretty expensive, but like that's how I played with Lego. We're gonna make a seeds stockpile for right here. So I'm gonna remove everything from the food stockpile and only permit seeds. We're going to remove prepared food, and then I'm gonna go here and remove all of the barrels so that they store them in bags. And I did queue up silk bags, but I don't have a clothes shop to actually make silk bags, so I'm gonna make a clothes shop. What for? 9 cents fine. I'll be completely honest, I don't follow them that much. I just know that the kits aren't as good as they used to be because they removed all the base plates. Yeah, I had I did have some Lego kits. Like, Lego kits were like the things that I would get for Christmas. Like, I'd get like a Lego kit and be like, oh my god, I have a Lego kit. Basically, if you call anything a building block that isn't Lego. So what about like bricks? Like actual bricks that you use to build houses? Such. Sweet. Stuff's getting done. Okay, so silver warhammer. Let's just do 10 of those. But yeah, that seems like a very silly lawsuit. That's all I can really say from my not particularly educated on German law / Lego shenanigans. Like, if you call a brand... Wait, so if me, like, random person on the street says, that's Lego, and it's not Lego, I'll get sued? Or do you mean, like, company like Mega Bloks makes a Lego-adjacent product and that company gets sued? So, like, me calling, like, discount brand tissue Kleenex type deal. Huh. Weird. All right. That's like fucking thought police. Return a Forgotten Beast. So there is a Forgotten Beast in this fort, but it's further down. So there's this deep hole over here that goes all the way down to this lower layer where there's like bug bats and stuff. Because this is the third cavern layer, which apparently is like full of red sand, which just looks weird. But there's a Forgotten Beast that's made of fire that keeps burning stuff down here. He'll sue you for other copyright reasons. Yeah, I don't know. That's so strange. That is so strange. Like, you know, it reminds me of that era of YouTube where everybody was scared of showing Red Bull cans on stream because Red Bull sued one YouTuber for having a Red Bull can in the background. Does anybody remember that? This was like 2010 YouTube, maybe before. Nope, you were a young kid then? I mean, so was I, but I remember. Back in the day, like years ago on YouTube, there was this was like early days of YouTube. This was like right when channels started getting monetized. Like this was before there was like even video games and stuff on YouTube. This was like when like vlogging was king. There was a Red Bull can in the background of a shot in one thing, and the YouTuber in question was threatened with a lawsuit or take the video down, and they took the video down. 2008. I'm pretty sure it was like 2010, but in my mind, everything happened in 2010 or 2009. So, but it might have been 2008. Back then, you were still watching Google video. You know, I had someone on a podcast I was listening to yesterday, because yesterday I went on a walk and I was listening to some podcasts while I was walking. And somebody mentioned Google Video on that podcast because, like, the topic of they were talking about dead social media platforms, and the topic of Google Plus came up. And then somebody mentioned Google Video, and it, like, hurt my brain. It's like, fuck, right, Google Video existed. Jesus. And I'm still kind of in that point. I'm just like, holy shit, Google Video existed. Wow. There was an era before Google owned YouTube. Weird. And admittedly, I'm still kind of feeling that way. Kind of. All right, let's chop down this tree, and we'll fill in this layer above this right here. Or rather, apparently, one tree to chop down. Okay. Either that or you're watching Super Mario World ROM hacks on YouTube. Is it the YouTube channel that's just a whole bunch of letters that has, like, no logical branding whatsoever? Also, hi, Reinhardt. You started watching YouTube around 10 years ago with Minecraft videos and tutorials. Shoutouts to C-Nanners and Anderzel. I'm trying to think who else was, like, way at the beginning of YouTube Minecraft stuff. SSOHPKC. Yes, that's who I was thinking. Just a bunch of fucking letters that makes no logical sense. That is exactly who I was thinking about. Yeah, you know, I was fucking watching C-Nanners stream the other day. Like, I stumbled on, like, Twitch, it was like Monday or something. I was working on some YouTube stuff, and I was like, I need a stream to lurk in. And so I just, like, went to, like, Twitch and was, like, just looking around, like, fuck, C-Nanners is streaming. What the hell? I was watching some C-Nanners the other day. It was weird. C-Nanners was actually the first video game live stream I ever watched. The very, very first video game live stream. And I remember it, and I know what day it was, because I can go look up what day it was, because it was C-Nanners, Greasy Mexican, or Gassy Mexican, and what's the name of the other person who was with them? Eat My Diction, who's now just Diction. It was the three of them playing Borderlands 1 on release day. On Ustream? I think. I think it was Ustream. That was the very, very first video game live stream I ever watched. Ah, this is the Forgotten Beast. Finally spotted. The Forgotten Beast is a great hairy earthworm. It has thin wings of stretched skins, and it squirms and fidgets. Its purple hair is long and wavy. Beware its fire! Oh shit, it's actually on, like, my level. Man, I'm really actually quite glad that I sealed that off quickly, because fuck. I didn't realize it could get up here. I thought it was on the lower one only, not up here. Well. That's terrifying. It's a worm. Not a worm. It's a worm. Like, earthworm. Like an earthworm Jim. Although he doesn't have a laser gun. He has fire. So we're going to ignore that because I don't have any weapons, nor do I have shields. Well, it's already lost part of its fat from the fire, so something clearly already did go wrong. Something clearly already did. And he also hasn't screamed, "Where's my super suit?" yet either, so. So not only does he not have a super suit, but he hasn't screamed, "Where's my super suit?" yet. I gotta seal this, because this worm's gonna show up in my fort in a moment. I can't think about the words super and suit in the same sentence without thinking about where's my super suit, so. It's okay. It's not in the water anywhere. I just need them to seal off that water, because otherwise the fireworm can get in here. But Reinhardt, how you doing today? How's things? Come on, dwarves, just go work on the stuff on the side. Just enjoying the evening? As you should. Still morning here. It's not even afternoon yet. Only 11:30. Is this some inside joke that I'm not getting, Animal? Because I don't get it. This is the problem with only having 19 dwarves. It takes forever to build a goddamn wall every time you make a stockpile for something. I'm just sitting here freaking out going, are they gonna, the Forgotten Beast gonna like walk in through there? So there's a lake up here that is sinister. The rest of the area isn't. The lake is called the Stupid Lake, and it's a sinister lake. And anybody who gets rained on by the repellent ooze gets a deathly fever that never goes away. It's lovely. Totally fine. But the name is kind of phenomenal. It's the Stupid Lake. It's that stupid fucking lake, man. Like, you know, all you can really say about the Stupid Lake is that it's a very stupid lake. You know, it doesn't matter how long we've known about the Stupid Lake or how long it's been there, but it's just that stupid lake, man. It's that stupid fucking lake. Forgotten Beast seems to be very busy murdering a bunch of Crundles. But looks like my bit of wall is done down here. I can kind of go down to there and do that. I can go up to here. I can start to fill this shit in. Because I want this area to be a little wider, and I want to have, like, some more reach. So I'm just going to try and fill in all of this stuff around up here. And then we can kind of go around the top. Cut out the rest of this. Am I double walling? I'm doing it for aesthetics. I'm not doing it for any practical purpose. But I don't know. I've been trying to do some like slightly different aesthetic things with this fort. Or rather, I don't want to put walls there. I've been like here. If I go up one layer, I can show you better. Just give me a sec. If I go up to here, this area up here, this has all been dug out entirely. I went all the way around and dug the entire thing out, and then I built around the edge, and then I've been building inwards. I'm just trying to make it look cool. I think that when you double wall constructed walls, they have like, they get those little lines in between them, and they look kind of neat. I don't know. I like the way they look. So I'm just making it because I think it looks cool. Also, don't mind the insane vampire in the caverns. This dwarf. This is a dwarf from a previous one of my forts who I expelled, who then showed up here, who I expelled from here. They're just an insane vampire, so they'll never starve to death. They'll be there until the worm finds them, which is kind of great. So that's all open space. It's okay. The insane vampire is like struck by melancholy, so can't actually do anything. Can't fight with anybody, can't attack anybody, can't hurt anybody, and also will never starve to death, so he just lives there. That's pretty dark. He's just probably screaming. That's fine. It's fine. Well, he's not living in the walls. He's living on that rock in the caverns. He's not quite a wall pyre. He's a rock pyre. I mean, it's just me. It's literally like, if these dwarves are the chat room, that's me, the insane vampire that's stuck on the rocks. Yes, immortal and can't starve to death, but also is harmless because insane. Sounds pretty grim, TBH. This whole fort's pretty grim. I mean, our queen is a Gelder, and there's no men in this faction, so, like, this whole fort's pretty grim, if I, like, frankly. The vampire is, like, just kind of a funny anecdote from one of my previous forts compared to the rest of the grimness of this fort. Immortality comes with insanity? Yeah, just like richness. You know, wealth brings insanity, and so does immortality. Which is why Jeff Bezos is doomed. Although, Jeff Bezos as Doom Guy would be much more entertaining, I think. Has anybody made it? Chat, we were talking about fighting games earlier. Has anybody made a billionaires fighting game? I just want, like, someone to take photos of, like, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and, like, about all the other, like, ultra-famous tech billionaires. A couple Saudi princes for good measure, and a couple oil barons, and just, like, put them all into a fighting game. I just want someone to say that I main Elon Musk. I just want a platform fighter fan game with billionaires. A couple, like, Ethereum crypto peoples. Just a bored ape. Maybe in Mugen. Yeah, Mugen's not a video game. Mugen's an experience. But yeah, you're probably right. What would be his special? What, for Elon Musk? Oh, he obviously throws a rocket at you. and then like gets mad at somebody that he owes money, so he shoots their car into space for no reason. And it doesn't do any damage, it just makes him look kind of stupid. And when transforms into a cat girl, and when someone performs their finishing move on Elon Musk, he just goes bankrupt because his employees unionized. Let's go this way. Okay, a minor on that. Jeff Bezos just becomes one of his employees. Yeah. All artifacts recovered by killing visitors? Oh my god. I mean, I'm glad that you like recovered your artifacts, but sheesh, man. Been making cabinets and chests, so these are gonna go into the bedrooms. Like, can we just actually, could we just get Elon Musk in multiverses? Bobby Kotick. Is Bobby Kotick isn't a billionaire, is he? I thought he was just like ultra rich. Hold on, I'm gonna quote that animal. Give me a sec. Well, I mean, actually, hold on. Sorry. Elon Musk needs to wield a flamethrower. How could I forget? He needs to throw boring company hats at people, and he needs to wield a flamethrower. Bezos just shoots Amazon packages at you in rapid fire. And he could have like a combo multiplier called his Prime. Yeah, a not flamethrower. A definitely not a flamethrower, but a flamethrower. Bobby Kotick just throws an abused employee at the screen, and then nothing really happens except like he gets sued again. I mean, actually, I would play a fighting game that's just video game execs, to be fair. You imprison the ones who stole the ones who persuaded. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, it's really fun getting artifacts stolen when it works. Like when an artifact gets stolen freeways and the perpetrator like gets spotted or is still on the map, it's so much fun. Not even like in a DF it's fun way, but like it's just a really fun kind of event to get to do the whole whodunit and like start questioning everybody. I love it when that happens. It doesn't happen enough. Yeah, he just becomes a transformer that then turns into a rocket ship that looks like a penis for some reason. Anyway, this is a weird conversation. So, chat, since I was sort of gone yesterday and now I'm back, what'd you do yesterday? Did you do anything fun? Play any fun games? Literally followed the dwarf who was really suspect and the artifact on display, and then the artifact disappeared and you saw him going to the tavern to talk with the goblin bard, and then the other guy who stole the other one, and then I talked with the human merchant and then the human scholar. Man! Did you arrest them all? Put them in your prisons? Beat them? Damn, they probably deserved it. Also, I just want to say thank you to everybody who's tuning in. You know, like I missed the stream yesterday and I felt real bad, so good to be back. It's good to be streaming properly. Are you gonna give that to me for tomorrow? So for those of you who don't know, on my birthday every year, I do a charity stream, right? And the whole conceit of my charity streams is we start with the worst tile set possible, and then the more money we raise, the worse the tile sets get. We're still open for you to send me tile sets. I have the base install. It's real easy for me to set up like 50 tile sets, but as long as they're just an ASCII style tile set where it's just like the one sheet of images, right up until the start of the stream tomorrow, you can send me tile sets. So just get them dropped into my Discord in the post art room or at me with them, and I'll probably set them all up tonight, or set up the full list tonight. And did you? Well, I mean, it was free. GTA 5 online, or Grand Theft Auto Online was free recently, so a lot of people got back into it, which kind of makes sense. You're doing every sprite individually. What are you using to generate the sprites? Mid-Journey, gotcha. I applied for a copy of, or for access to Mid-Journey, but mostly because fucking Unnormal has been tweeting like 1 billion like AI-generated images per day on Twitter, and it's made me jealous. So I was just like, gimme, I want to mess around with that. That looks fun. Stuff's way too interesting. Also kind of terrifying, but way too interesting mostly. But yeah, we're going to be raising money for juvenile diabetes, JDRF. Normal. God damn it. One half of the development team for Caves of Cud, for anybody who doesn't know. But yeah, did anybody here watch or the videos I put up this morning or read the Future of the Fortress posts? Because there's some interesting little details in that. There's some interesting little details. One of the ones that I liked the most was the reason that that Zach and Tarn have both been posting on Bay 12 so much is, well, Zach's just been playing the game a whole lot and can talk a lot about it. I think that the removal of this menu is a travesty. I'm very sad about that. I really hope that we can get some sort of option where we can just hold down Z or something and have all that information pop up on one screen. Because I don't like the idea of having to hover over tooltips to get this information. I think this information should just be available with the press of a button. Hey, H2O. It's good to see you. All is pretty good. Yeah, I just slept like absolute garbage yesterday, so I needed the extra day off. But surviving, getting by, hanging out, chilling. Today's pretty good. You read something the other day about an AI algorithm that puts computer-generated pictures just from text input. Quite amazing. Yeah, that's Midjourney. That's what Pigfinit's talking. Like here, I'll just pop up Unnormal's Twitter real quick. I don't think he'll sue me for showing the images.
Six, the number of the beast. Sacrifice is going on tonight.
Normal stream today, which yes will be long stream. Scrolling down until I get to one, because he fucking Unnormal, you tweet too much. There's one. Wonderfully restored Dutch train carriage from 1904. He literally just like took this tweet and put it And that's what he got out of it. It's so creepy because it's like Polaroid of a grotesque creature behind desk, liminal 1960s office. Also, this is a retweet from Curtis Fan Club, who is developing a different game. The perfect house for raccoons. It's terrifying because it's like, it looks like something a human would draw, but not quite. You know what I mean? 5 twongles. I like this. He misspelled Twitter. He misspelled Twitter. That's what he got from misspelled Twitter. That's actual Twitter. Yes, all of these are cursed. Sickos, yes. Beautiful teeth. Peak performance. Okay, that one actually looks pretty cool. This looks like a beer logo. AI will doom us all. An attractive skeleton. I saw this one yesterday and I was like, all right, well, that's going to be my nightmare tonight. Anyway, yeah, that's Mid-Journey. So, fucking AI artwork. It's terrifying. Looks like, what, the mountainscape for peak performance? Yeah, kind of. There was a cool one that did D&D monsters. I mean, you should do profile pictures and then sell them as NFTs. Actually, I want to know what the rights to those images is like. Like, if you generate an image in Mid-Journey, do you have the rights to it? Do you own that image? Who owns the image? Does Mid-Journey own that image? I don't actually know. Because I put in a request to be able to use it, but I mean, I've given you guys all of the nightmare fuel today. First, I exposed you all to the Winnie the Pooh slasher film, Blood and Honey, which has a trailer out now, which looks fucking fantastic. And then I showed you guys Unnormal's Twitter feed. So now we've got both of the current nightmare fuel things that, you know, everybody should be aware of. I'm just here to scar chat and take names. What of it? Feed it AI dwarf descriptions. Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. 1,000%. I would do that. I would absolutely do that. Actually, Pigfinite, I'm going to grab a random dwarf here and ask you nicely to throw it in there. Let's go with Setharos, the expedition leader. I'll just screenshot it and stick it in Discord. I'm abusing your ability to be able to do that. Actually, it's less dwarf descriptions and more artifacts that I'd like to see. I'd like to see what it would do if you typed in like decahedra or something. Like those images that would make no sense.
This is Sparta!
Iron Stupid, thank you very much for another $3 after the $6.66 from a few minutes ago. By the way, hype trains are off cooldown. Thank you. Cheers. The $22.66. I think that was all today too. Cheers, man. All right, well, we got the upper and the lower areas all done. You know, you might just get some very photorealistic poop, so be careful, animal. And thank you, Anonymous Cheerer, for the $4. If anybody has a resub or a prime sub, pop it now, and you might just actually immediately get Hype Train and emotes, potentially. Pray to Lamash. You're praying to Lamash. I really wish that we had bigger descriptions for this, for that Because it is kind of sad that they don't have bigger descriptions for them praying. Well, at least you like your work. You were bored after being unable to practice martial art. Everybody wants to practice martial arts in this fort. Thanks, Silhouette. Prime sub. I want to put it there. I don't know if I want to put it there. I think actually I want to put it... we'll get the military down here training in here. And thank you, Anonymous, for the $1.34. And Fallen Kingdoms with the 10 bits. Here's friend. Let's go around there. Go down to here. That'll be where we train the military. Just had 10 bits lying around. I mean, sometimes you just find it. Sometimes you just gotta drop a dime. You know what I'm saying? That meant a very different thing when I was younger. And thank you for Jesus. Thanks for the $1, Akre. And thank you, Raz, for gifting a 10-pack. Good morning. Wow, you got a bunch of people that I know, including Lampchimp, who's in this fort. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you much. And Gran, who's also in this fort. Seriously, thank you very much. To be fair, today is the appropriate day to do silly things because birthday, because tomorrow's going to be for charity, so I'm going to be scolding you guys if you do too much of this tomorrow. But thank you very much. Seriously. Cheers. But yeah, someone asked earlier if today's going to be a long stream. The plan for today is to stream a good, 8 hours of Dwarfs, and then I want to try Unexplored 2, because I received key for that, and I would like to try it. So this here weird fort, we'll play it as much as we can, and then we're going to be taking a look at Von Roland with the 51st month. Welcome back. We will be playing some Unexplored 2 because I really want to try that game. I've heard very good things from people I trust about Unexplored 2. So I was going to do that yesterday, but then I didn't stream yesterday. So I hope you've been well, Raz. Thanks a ton, dude. Thanks a ton again for your absurd amounts of generosity. Well, at least they finished smoothing all of that. Well, I mean, I very likely will still be on in 8 hours. I kind of want to stream for another 12 from here, because 12 hours and 16 minutes from now, I turn 28. So I kind of want to stream right up until then. So we'll probably be setting up tile sets and shit by the end of it, but because I'll probably do setup for tomorrow on stream tonight, because I ended up editing that Future of the Fortress video until late. But thank you very much, Von Roland, and Raz, and Akre, and Fallen Kingdoms, and Anonymous, and I Are Stupid. Keeping this weird channel funded. Tips hat, gotta get back to work. You do what you gotta do, man. Gotta do what you gotta do. Kind of love that there's red sand everywhere over there. Kind of love it. Problem is the literal second I start training the military, we are going to lose, all of my workforce. It's the one actual major issue about this fort. Man, I just got a Kickstarter update about Starmancer. It's been a while since I've seen one of those. Weird. Weird. It's like, that's a name I haven't thought about in a while. Hope that game's doing all right. The devs working on it were real cool people. We're real cool people. But every time I actually look at it, it's like, man, it's just mixed reviews. People seem really torn on it. Oh well. It's kind of funny. It's like, I always forget about Kickstarters that did well, right? Like, all of the games that were Kickstarters that came out real good and finished development and all that are the ones that I remember as Kickstarters. Are not ones that I remember as Kickstarters. I just think of those as games, right? And Aqua, thanks for chucking out a 5-pack right as the train ends. Thank you very much, Aqua. Cheers, mate. As usual. You're fantastic. Just missed the train, but that's fine. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for everybody's generosity? And thank you, seriously, for keeping things funded. You missed the train, but totally worth it. I mean, you'll catch the next one, I'm sure. It's not like the hype train emotes are any good. Come on. And thanks for the beer money for Saturday. It's not what all of it's going towards, but actually most of my dumb spending right now is just going into camping gear because I've been plotting camping plans with my friend who I argue about politics with. So we're gonna go argue about politics halfway up a mountain instead of like, you know, other things. I think like the pandemic just kind of like lit a fire under my ass and some of my friends and my friend as well. And we're just like, well, there's some things that are just never going to happen in this world. So let's just go camping. Silk bag. Let's do 10. Yeah. So like, I mean, every year my parents are just like, tell me what you want for Christmas or your birthday or whatever, whenever those 2 times a year roll around. And usually I'm like, I don't fucking know because I'm terrible at it. But this year it's like, Mom, here have 5 tents. Pick one. And here's a couple sleeping bags of varying prices that would all work. And here's a couple hammocks and tarps. And it's like that place that I went snowshoeing a bunch of times last winter. We don't have an easy way of getting there in the summer. But we can bus to the base of the mountain, which is Mount Seymour, very easily. And you're allowed to camp anything beyond the ski hill range. So everything that's outside of like the private property of the ski hill that's just BC property, you can just camp on. So our plan is to just simply get that far out or get to the base of the mountain, take either an Uber or a taxi up the mountain because it's like a $25 taxi to get up the mountain itself. It's like 8 kilometers uphill up the mountain on the side of a road, so that kind of sucks. And then after that, it's like, we just have to walk up a ski hill, which is really easy to do in the summer. Like, ski hills are not that crazy. So we just have to walk up a ski hill, and then there's like 8 different trails we can do from there. And we can camp back there on all of those, so. Also, hi, Same Linux. Shoutouts to Aqua for gifting a sub to Same Linux. And also a bunch of other people that I recognize. Bunch of first-time subs, though. Ow. My neck's misbehaving still. So beer money and camping gear is what, outside of, you know, like the normal money that you need to survive, that's what spending money is going into right now. No, I'm fine. You're stupid. Thanks for the offer, though. Keep your sleeping bag. Also, I know what part of the world you live in, IR Stupid. I'm assuming it's probably not a sleeping bag that would work for sub-zero with wind chill temperatures for sleeping with a tarp, which is the kind of camping I like doing. Like I'm talking about like lightweight backpacking camping. But like now that I work this schedule where I take 2 days off a week back to back, or 4 days off a week back to back. So it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I have like a 2-day window every weekend where theoretically I could go camping. And I have a friend who's enthusiastic enough about outdoor stuff now, thanks to all the snowshoeing we did last winter, that he's like, yo, can we go like backpacking once a month this year? I'm like, yeah, we could do that. So, your family does hammock camping? Hell yeah. Well, for me, it's like hammock, tarp, or tent, depending on the weather. Like, if it's going to be nice weather, fucking tarp and a hammock. Absolutely. If it's going to be pelting rain, I'll bring a tent. You know, like, if the weather's going to suck, you bring a tent. Because screw that. Yeah. God, like, half my military has a fever. Shit sucks, man. Which means, like, they're going to run into a fight, and because they all have a fever, they're just going to immediately die. Tile set done? Fuck yeah! Also, I really like your Among Us, little dude. I'm going to, if you don't mind, I'm going to send a screenshot of it to the community manager of Inner Sloth. You slept through the bottom falling out of a hammock? The bottom falling out of a hammock. I'm trying to see, what did you... Are all humans... Did you make all of the humans, Among Us dudes? I don't even... So this is Animal's terrible tile set. It's got like a fucking Among Us dude, a honk. What the hell am I looking at? What is half of this shit, dude? Oh no. I like the cool ass. I mean it does look perfect. That's gonna be excellent. Among Us, yep, clap, perfect. That's what you have to look forward to for tomorrow. Hey, Trippin, 1 second. I'm just forwarding this. You know, it's kind of funny because like Stone made the first one, which was just like made in MS Paint, and Stone's is just like perfectly normal aside from like it looks hand drawn, right? Whereas Animal is just like, I'm gonna sham a cool ass in here, a fucking goose saying honk, an Among Us guy. Like, everything is just all over the place. All over the place. But Troopin' Panda, what up? A is Ayo. Wait, what? Is it? Wait. I want to know what the slice of pizza is. Frank. Like, that's the one I'm looking... There's 2 slices of pizza. Why is there 2 slices of pizza? There's so much going on in that tile set. I can't, man. Hand draw 60... Oh, yeah, there's a lot of 67s in Stones. What's even better about Stone's tile set is I think Stone's just been using their own tile set since. You're now just like Krug Smash, and you have your own custom tile set. Well, at the very least, these dwarves, as depressed as they are, they're very happy about being in the military. They do quite enjoy being in the military, it seems. Yeah, they all quite like it. Yeah, so the blinking red is the fever, and I don't think it's curable. Like, I don't think you can... I don't think you can cure the fever. I think once they get it, they just have it. Unless, like, somebody knows a way to cure fevers in Dwarf Fortress, in which case, please fucking tell me, because I would love to know. Oh, pizza and other... Oh, okay. I get it. P and P. Yep, sure. That's going to be fun to read. The fun thing about my charity stream is, like, normally it's like, I know exactly what Dwarf Fortress looks like at all times, right? Whereas when I do those streams, it's like, I don't even know what, like, my dwarves are half the time. It's like, like, I'm going to, at some point tomorrow, be using that tile set again that's nothing but Nicolas Cage, right? Everything is Nicolas Cage. If somebody wants to make an upgraded version of that Nicolas Cage tile set, like if anybody wants to volunteer to make an updated version of it, I'll send it to you. The only request I would want for that tile set is I want every single Nicolas Cage face to be a different expression. The problem is they're all the same expressions. It gets real difficult to mess with. Animal, if you're going to make one of my face, do me a huge favor. Because he just sent me a DM of, I think he's making one of my face. If you're going to make a tile set of my face, do me a huge favor and take like 50 different pictures of my face and like overlay it so that it's not like the background, and it needs to have like some sort of alphabet. Like it needs to be semi-playable. But like if you're going to make one of my face, don't have like the black background because that isn't playable. It's like it's not impossible, but it's unpleasant even for me because it's like everything just looks the same. So if you're gonna do one of my face, overlay my face in different angles so that at the very least, like every tile looks different. Because as long as every tile looks different and there's an alphabet in there somewhere, it's playable. Oh, noted. Okay, bloodletting and ointment from magical eels and leek extract. Thank you. I will definitely get to that. You'll not tell me how to cure a fever in DF. Instead, have 6 bits. Thanks for the 6 bits. I hope you're doing well. How have your streams been recently? Oh, yay! Someone's actually... El Naso worships the god of pregnancy. There we go. There we go. Litast Boatstour is the deity of the Plank of Nations, most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with pregnancy, creation, crafts, and metals. Meanwhile, Gran is over here preparing raw fish. The inventor of pregnancy. Yes, sure. Oh my god. That's actually, like, kind of great, though. So, hold on. So, AI art is fucking wild. I posted this on Discord, right? The image of this dwarf, and Pigfinite gave us this. This is kind of wild. So, I'm going to read the description of this dwarf real quick. Oh, the game's saving, so I can't. Okay. Her somewhat short ears are fused-lobed. Her nose bridge is convex. Her slightly sunken bronze eyes have large irises. Her eyebrows are slightly low. Her hair is pale taupe, and her medium-length hair is braided. Her skin is cinnamon. At least it didn't literally make the skin cinnamon. I don't know, man. It's your image. You generated it, so you get to do what you want with it. But that is spooky. Kind of look like I would say these ones look too old. I do really like this one though. Maybe a little bit less wrinkly, but damn. That is spooky. Fuck. I hate it, but I also love it. Well done. Well done. What did you just send me, animal? What, the old screenshot? Are you referring to the screenshot of this sub renews 3 hours ago, animal, being old? Boy. Sounds like Blade Runner. Nothing in particular. I'm using this. My noise sound generator. Shady Necromancer. That. It's just a free to use noise generator that generates sounds. It's got billions of different presets and different options and settings and such, and sounds and things that you can use. I use this because those auto-generate, they're AI-generated pictures, yeah. Pigfinite can link the stuff that they are using if you want, if you're interested in signing up to try it. Oh, but yeah, it's AI-generated artwork. Kind of blowing up in game dev right now. It's weird and creepy, but also kind of cool. Okay, so I gotta work on this side now. All worship the god of pregnancy. We need more pregnancy in this civ. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like I would say that the god of pregnancy is possibly the most important god in this for this faction, because like it's their only hope. If they don't worship the god of pregnancy, they're all fucked. Because there isn't enough dwarves in this faction. Just period. Let's not mine those two up, so they don't go climbing out. Yeah, I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't worried about this faction just as a whole, because they are concernings. I think a flock of seagulls just flew over my apartment. I just hear seagulls outside. Sudden seagull sounds. Suddenly unexpected seagull sounds. I mean, not unexpected, but... A book with 300 pages of images depicting how to reproduce and 1 or 2 images of something similar to a naked chin. What are you on about, Troopin? What is that link? So Infinity, Mid-Journey is the program that is basically AI-fed art generation that Pigfinite used to generate that dwarf that I was showing on stream a minute ago. That you asked about. That is what that link is. Which I've applied to use, but I haven't heard back from yet. So, Animal, are you gonna send me, like, DM me things that are useful, or are you just DMing me, like, things that you, because I'm not gonna use a thing that you just, like, scribbled on MS Paint. If I wanted to scribble on MS Paint, I would do that myself. So that's not exactly helpful. But you just randomly DMing me stuff that not super helpful or appreciated. Oh, well. Clearly the god of pregnancy is not very good at their job. I can say that much. They also do on their website, which is how I applied. Like if you go to the homepage of the website, you can just apply right there. Which is how I applied. I'm gonna give the military a break, let them go back to doing other things. Also, because it's like right on time, I've been live for 3 hours. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Be right back. Oh shit, elves, somebody to trade with. That's good. Oh, another thing. About my birthday stream tomorrow. Some of you might be very happy about this. Some of you maybe not. But I have a copy of Shrek 2's script. So I will be reading lines from Shrek 2. Because that's always a hit when I read lines from movies. Anyway, the elves are here to trade, so we're going to trade with the elves. So not only are we going to be playing or swapping tile sets like every so often, but for every tip I will read a couple, regardless of the amount, I will read a couple lines from Shrek. Why? Because it's for charity, man. And I got to give incentives. And most people, like, for charity streams on Twitch are just like, I will eat, insert weird food stuff here, or I will, I don't know, people always like have silly incentives, and my silly incentive is, I'm just gonna make gold coins. My silly incentive is, I will read lines from Shrek and play with terrible tile sets made by you guys for charity. Is there a channel point redemption for that too? No, you gotta fucking donate money to charity for that. I will never put my charity incentives under a channel points redemption. Come on. We're gonna eat some llamas. What is the point of, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? What is the point of taking a charity incentive and then just like doing it for channel points? It's a charity incentive, not a channel points incentive. or... I don't really have anything I can sell to the elf, which is kind of a... Sounds like suffering? It's not suffering. Suffering is things like, you know, cause actual pain or physical problems or, like, you know, things that are actually concerning, but I can absolutely just read you memes. Oh, look at the cat. He brought us a present. An Olm. Bring it to cutest. Look at you. You a good kitty. Oh, you're running off with it. Although, clearly Cutest missed it because Cutest was too busy thinking about the fact that they just saw Gran recite the Scandals Wicked at the Marsh Pit. Scandals Wicked. I'd like to know what Scandals Wicked is, but I have a feeling he already left, so F's to that. But no, the reading Shrek scripts and stuff, like for reference, in previous charity streams I've done in the past, I've read the entire B-movie script on stream for charity. I've read Shrek 1 twice. I'm trying to think, what other movies have I done? I've done Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Yeah, those are all films that I've done for various charity streams in the past. I literally just like go to allscripts.com and just like grab a transcript of the movie and then just start reading it. A couple lines at a time. It was between that or Boat Murdered, but honestly, I think Shrek 2 is better. Not that it's actually like a better story than Boat Murdered. I mean, obviously, Boat Murdered is a better story than Shrek 2, but we've got to do it for the memes. Are you doing reading like skip every E? I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, I don't know what you mean, Troopin. I'm just gonna read the script. I don't know what you mean by skip every E. Alright, so I guess what I'm gonna do... No, I will read the movie script. I'm not doing anything like that. I'm still not sure what you mean, but I'm not doing anything like that. You know what, fuck it. Let's sell all these Warhammers. And we'll make more Warhammers. I think reading the script itself is enough without, like, removing vowels and stuff. That's just silly. If you want to do that, you can. On your own time. As a hobby or something. But I'm good. I will just read the script. I have enough trouble reading already. Might as well not make it harder on myself. No, I understand, Troopin, and I'm not going to do that. Like I said, I'm not going to do that. Thank you for understanding. I don't know. There's some things where it's just like, sure, I'll do it. But then there's other things where it's just like, I don't see how that makes it better. It just makes it harder for me, and I don't see how that makes it fun, so no. Oh, also, I was just scrolling down YouTube comments and I just saw your two super chats, by the way. You're stupid. Thank you. Cheers, mate. Or super thanks, rather. Can I just say YouTube needs better naming for their money throwing at the person schemes, because super thanks doesn't fucking mean anything. It really doesn't. It's just confusing. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's just confusing. Hey DJ, what's up? That's just been a stupid thought in your brain. Well, when you do a charity stream, you can remove all the vowels and make the words unpronounceable. I'd rather have the words pronounceable so that people can clip it and like overlay it on scenes from the movie if they want to go absolutely apeshit with the memes. That's more the direction that I go. You know, like I see that as a funnier possibility. Is like, oh, well, if someone really wants to go all out, then they could like take the footage of me reading the Shrek script and like overlay it with scenes from actual Shrek, which to me is a way funnier thing than just like, oh, we're here, like, let's just make reading this impossible. Yeah, YouTube has super chats, which is cheering on their streams, and they have super thanks, which is a little heart button with a $ on it that you can click on any like monetized YouTube channel and tip them with money. And IR Stupid threw $15 at me earlier today, apparently, which I didn't see until just now. So, which I appreciate. Goes a long way. They added more achievements to Cookie Clicker, by the way. Apparently. I guess I have to restart Cookie Clicker. Fuck. Yeah, no, YouTube also just added this brand new thing that they are all very, how do I put this? Excited to announce, which is you can now gift subscriptions on YouTube, although they're memberships on YouTube. Damn. There's a bunch of new things for me to buy in Cookie Clicker. Also, I just learned about a new number. Quattrodecillion? And also something called a Cortex Baker. How many of those can I buy? Shit. Look, new content for Cookie Clicker, chat. That's where we're at right now. Look at this shit. Brains? Damn. Interesting. Just tested the tile set and it's a mess with the letters, but the map looks mostly fine, you think? Take a screenshot and plop it in Discord. Or DM it to me, which you already did, I think. You know, I think you've made a Wingdings tile set. I think you've made a Wingdings tile set, dude. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Animal, do me a favor. Hit V, select a dwarf, and then hit Z and press enter. And take a screenshot of that and send it to me. You don't know what a Wingdings tile set is? The fuck? How old are you? Like 7? Who doesn't know what Wingdings is? How do you not know what Wingdings is? Do you really not know Wingdings? How do you live without the glory of confusing your friends with fucking wingdings? You don't know what wingdings... You guys don't know what wingdings is? I feel so fucking old. Wingdings is a font from like 1990s Microsoft computers, which I think is still included in modern computers. But it's just a bunch of fucking symbols for some reason. It's like it's the original emojis kind of, to a degree. Like this is what we used to like confuse people or like be classy on fucking IRC back in the day. Like, that's wingdings. That's wingdings. I'm pretty sure Vanilla Dwarf Fortress has some wingdings. Oy vey. Alright, let's trade with these elves. Did they left. I also hate wingdings. You're starting to see through the Matrix. But anyway, Animal, take a screenshot of a dwarf's description. So hit Z and then enter. When I become a teacher, I'm never going to have to teach people. If I have to teach people, I will be so sad. You're trying, but you left the fortress and failing to get back in. You left the fortress and failed to get back in. Do you mean like you hit escape and went to a different screen? Or do you mean like you clicked a button and can't figure out how to get back in after clicking the button? Because hit escape. You probably hit C. Hit escape. Top. Failed to get back in. I mean, I think I know how to explain it, but it's one of those, I don't know what menu you're in, so. But I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it will be fine. Hell yeah, Balrog. I mean, I spent about 5 hours because I started, well, the Future of the Fortress video especially, I started last night at about 7 p.m., which was right when Tarn posted it, or about 30 minutes after he posted it. So I started at about 7:30 p.m. my time. And I didn't get finished making that Future of the Fortress video until like fucking 11:30 at night. It was ridiculous, but thank you. I'm glad that you get some entertainment hopefully out of them and are slightly better at staying informed in everything related to Dwarf Fortress. Because someone has to do it, you know? I'm thinking that they're smoothing up here, but they're not. Smoothing down here. I mean, plenty of things get butchered in this chat frequently, so it's fine. Sometimes it's cats, so. frankly, I think butchering words is like better than some of the other alternatives. New video? Not only one, but two. I mean, I didn't stream yesterday, right? Because my insomnia kicked in, so I got out of bed proper at like 2 p.m. yesterday after like not falling asleep until about 5 o'clock in the morning. And then made a video of the most recent blog post from Tarn, and then like an hour after I finished that, Tarn posted the Future of the Fortress, so then I made the longest Future of the Fortress video that I've ever done. Yeah, new videos from me. Tarn doesn't make videos. I make videos. Come on. You should know this. I mean, Tarn, he does make videos sometimes, but... But yeah, no, the Future of the Fortress video this month is 40 minutes long. The previously longest one, I think, was 30. Normally, they include about 15 questions and about 15 answers, sometimes 20, like 10 questions and 10 answers or so. This one was a total of 64 posts. So it was like 32 questions and 32 answers. It was so long. I even skipped some of the more esoteric ones. Like, there was more in there that I skipped. You have an hour and 45-minute long commute? Hell yeah. That means you could listen to one episode of my podcast a week if you really wanted to. But yeah, the reason it was so long was because of all the information that's come out in the recent posts. Like, they're getting rid of this screen. So sad. You also started with podcasts? I used to have a 2-hour commute, so I completely understand the feeling of listening to podcasts on a long commute. All right, so we've dug down to here, right? This is Cavern Layer 2. I go down. This is Cavern Layer 3. Thinking. We're just going to see if we can dig through this. So I've placed my military here for a reason. I've placed my military here so I can dig through this and so that we can go down with the idea / hope of being able to dig safely down to the Magma Sea. But also, in case things come out of the Magma Sea, I want to have a way of blocking it. So we're going to build a lever here. We're going to put a bridge there and set it up so we can lock it. Yeah, well, I will put it this way. Yeah, that's world generation, Animal. You're generating a world. Animal is trying to decipher what world, what screenshot. You know, Animal, do me a huge favor. Just like post it in the Dwarf Fortress room so other people can see it. But this is Animal generating a world in their messy tile set of whatever the fuck I'm looking at. So you should post them in the Dwarf Fortress talk room instead of in the chat with me specifically. That'll actually be much more useful. And then other people can answer your questions instead of you, like, derailing the stream every 5 minutes. Just send me the link to the tile set, which you've already done, so we're making blocks, and we're digging down. We have Gabbro. But yeah, when I had a really long commute, that was when I beat Fire Emblem Awakening on Lunatic like a dozen times. Simulate Doomber? What's a Doomber? Hold on. Dumber. We have an instrument in this world called a dumber. The Lilac of Poets is a solo performance dance originating in the Plank of Nations. The form guides the dancers during improvised performances. The dance is accompanied by the Cerculean silkiness. This dance has a refined art form, and it has 4 specific moves to be mastered. The dance is delicate and expressive. And the Cerculean silkiness is a form of music used during marches and military engagements, originating in the Plank of Nations. The form of music guides them through improvised performances. I don't know what a dummer is. Yeah, no, that was the same as mine. My commute was 20 minutes on one train, 5-minute wait, 20 minutes on another bus, like, then I had to sprint across the street to not miss the bus. If I didn't miss the bus, it was like 30 seconds. If I missed the transfer, then it was an extra 30 minutes. Get on that bus, and then 30 minutes on that bus, and then a 30-minute walk. That was my old commute. So it, like, I couldn't really, everybody was like, oh, just read a book. It's like, well, you can't really when you only have 20 minutes. The theme is voiced by the military of the Istuk and the harmony of the dumber. Yeah, that was the worst commute I ever had. Now my commute is 18 steps from my bed to my, well, actually, that's maybe, it's like 8 steps from my bed to my office. Well, I really want to know what a dumber is. Sounds terrible. So was the job, but, you know. Unfortunately, there's some things you just need to do to be able to pay rent. And when you're unhireable at jobs that pay decently, you take what you can get, you know? So I took what I could get. Oh, the dumber. Well, that too. I'm assuming it's a rhythm instrument, but I don't actually think it is because it's at harmony. I only got the sprinting on your way home. I got you. I used to sprint across a 4-lane highway and then 2 blocks up a street and through a parking lot to catch my bus. That's what I would have to do. Because if I went to the next stop where the 2 buses connected, I would always, without fail, miss the transfer. Without fail. Man, I just broke the shimmering veil. God damn it. I'm upset that I checked Discord and learned that Cookie Clicker had a new patch because now I'm just like distracted by Cookie Clicker. A stupid piece of software. But yeah, no, I long commutes via awkward buses is fortunately something that's in my past and hopefully something that'll never come back. Hopefully something that'll never come back. I wonder if Cutest knows that that image that was posted on Discord that they just said was not hot was made by an AI. Now, we should tell Cutest when they get in here, because they may think it's not hot, but it's also, you know, made by our future overlords. Oy vey. What is that? Oh, it's a Mulmerian. Look at that. I love how open this cavern is. Look at this. This is pretty. You have a good night's sleep, Reinhardt. What is that? Hungry head tooth, eh? A lot of burned trees and dead crundles. Well, let's just let them dig down to here. Come on, dwarves. Get to it. At least everybody's super busy with various jobs. Going to unsuspend those. Spend these two jobs, the two construct blocks jobs. There's a fire-breathing worm in here somewhere. Where are you going? It's a lot of dogs following you. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go up to here. Forbid, because they're going for the corpses, right? I'm gonna forbid everything in these layers down here. And jump back to that dwarf who's storing an item in a stockpile. Okay, that should bring them all back up and in. And if anybody got stuck down here, we'll figure it out pretty quick. Found Legends mode? Of course it works. Why wouldn't it work? Where are you going down here to clean, of all places? Cleaning up, like, dead creature vomit from 100 years ago? Come on. Come on. Anybody? Go finish that. There you go. Perfect. All right. Now I can start building up. We're going to build down and up. We're going to continue this up and down. You know, is it fair to say that Super Hot is one of the most iconic games made in the past, like, video games? Like, just in video games history? One of the most iconic games ever made? Is that a fair statement to make? Because I think it is. I think Super Hot's like one of the most iconic games ever made. I don't know where that came from, but you never played it? Yeah, but like, you know, like when someone says Super Hot, you know exactly what they're talking about. Although I will say, if you ever get the opportunity to play Super Hot, play Super Hot. It's really good. Like, it's not one of those games that people talk about for no reason. Like, that game's got more than just style. got style and it's got a really weird, cool plot line. I can't play Super Hexagon because I don't see well enough to play Super Hexagon, but Super Hexagon has great music. I got to see Chipsell play music from Super Hexagon live at PAX. It was one of the cooler concerts I've been to in my life. I've been to a lot of concerts. She had all of the Game Boys on stage. It was great. Although all I actually have to say about Super Hot is mind is software, bodies are disposable. I don't know if it's a new genre, but it's certainly a new take on a fresh new take on an old genre. I don't know if I'd quite call it a new genre in and of itself, but. Hey, Willem. We're by the stupid lake again, and you are still the outpost liaison for this faction. Although, I wish you'd show up because you guys haven't traded with us. Not thrilled with this, to be honest. Yeah, Super Hot is the only game that has ever made me feel like I'm being initiated into some sort of cult by the end of it. Well, I mean, it's a first-person shooter, right? Super Hot is a first-person shooter. It's just a very unique take on a first-person shooter. Sort of like how Portal was a very unique take on a first-person shooter, right? So for its time, it was very interesting for that reason. So I don't know if I would call it anything but a first-person shooter. It's still just a first-person shooter. It's just a different take on a first-person shooter. I mean, you've never traded with us in the first place. Like, literally, the Mountain Home hasn't traded with me yet. You guys showed up before we even had a trade depot and then left immediately and haven't come back. And also another reason why I would say Super Hot isn't a new genre is because nobody else has done that yet. You know? It, like, the only game that's like, well, there's like one other game that's like just an unashamed clone of Super Hot that is by the drunken robot pornography people. But like, Super Hot in and of itself is like a unique take on old ideas. It's okay, so's mine. Homer. How you doing, by the way? How's things? This weird cult fort continues. Alright, we're almost done peeling off this stairway, then we can go further down. I'm so excited about the new Cavern irritation stuff. Like, even though I feel like playing the game in premium with a mouse is going to suck. I don't ever set a military schedule, so no, you can't because I don't have one. Even though I think playing this game with a mouse only isn't the way I want to play Dwarf Fortress, and I really hope that Tarn gives us a keyboard cursor at some point, but I'm so excited about all the other changes that are coming to the game. So excited. So many neat little things are getting changed and tweaked. Red Panda is falling out of a tree. Good for you, Red Panda. Chat, a red panda just fell out of a tree and died. Dwarf Fortress. Oh shit, we got our first depressed dwarf. Elomino. Be able to practice a craft. Well, let's give you weaving. Let's give you mechanics. And let's give you all of the metal smithing. Let's give you that. There you go. Go practice a craft. Steam let you know some JRPG with anime boobies was on sale. Yeah, it sounds hilarious. Steam does that. Every single thing that I have read as of late points to Dwarf Fortress Premium not being playable with only a keyboard. Just go read Tarn's updates and you'll see for yourself. Which is why I'm saying, email Tarn and ask for keyboard controls. Ask for a keyboard cursor. Email Tarn and ask for a keyboard cursor. Do it. If you want a keyboard cursor, email Tarn and tell him you want one. You must have missed that so far. I mean, he's been talking about it, so like I said, if you like mouse controls in Dwarf Fortress, that's great. If you want keyboard controls in Dwarf Fortress, you might want to ask Tarn for it, because the only feedback that they're really getting right now is from the overwhelmingly large outsider community that doesn't play Dwarf Fortress, right? Tarn stated in the most recent Future of the Fortress that the majority of the feedback they've gotten is that everybody hates keyboard controls. And that's true. That is the majority of the feedback they will get. Because that is the new community. That is the people who don't play the game, who mock the game for not having graphics and all that jazz. You know, the people that constantly tell Tarn that his game is terrible and unplayable. 15 plus years of being told that your game is unplayable and looks bad wears on you after a while. And this is why, like, for years, I've always pointed at the Dwarf Fortress community and said, like, hey, guys, stop saying that this screen is bad. Stop saying that this is terrible. Otherwise, you'll get changes made to the game that you won't want. People have been unironically, like, mocking DF and unironically and ironically mocking DF for its visuals and its controls for years. And unironically mocking DF for its difficulty for years. And if you do that enough, eventually they'll start to believe you. Gentle Sentient, like, this game obviously won't be playable until we get corals. I mean, come on, you can have Forgotten Beasts made of corals, but there are no corals. How are we supposed to play a video game that claims to have corals when it doesn't actually have corals? I mean, that's just fucking offensive, frankly. I mean, God. Game broken. Fucking fix your video game, Tarn, sheesh. But no, seriously, like, a large portion of the feedback that they are taking is from an audience of people that doesn't play the game. So if you want things like keyboard controls and you want those to stay, tell Tarn you want them to stay. But I've already, like, that exactly. Exactly. You and nobody else has. So at the end of the most recent Future of the Fortress video I did, which was literally yesterday, I literally stated, it's just like, hey, if you're like me and you play the game right now and you want to keep the Z menu, because currently the, like, premium version doesn't actually have the Z menu. It has a bunch of different things that you can mouse over and you'll get tooltips with the same information. If you want a Z menu equivalent in the game, you gotta email Tarn and tell him that you want one. And that the hover over tooltips is not a good replacement, because I don't think it's a good replacement. I think it's a bad replacement. Don't tell me, tell Tarn. Like, if you want the option to have keyboard controls, I are stupid. Go to bay12games.com/dwarves, click contact, and send him an email and tell him that you want the option to have a keyboard cursor and keyboard controls in Dwarf Fortress Premium. If he doesn't get a flood of emails, he's not going to know. And all of the feedback that they get from open source, like public sources, is from people who don't play the game. Go tell him. I like this. Give me 10 minutes to translate. Animal. Jeez, animal. But that's my statement. It's like, if you want keyboard controls in Dwarf, you gotta tell Tarn. Well, we found Warmstone. So layer 38 is where lava is. God, this world is so shallow. It keeps throwing me off. If we can see the magma sea. Hopefully without making anybody go gurgle. In fact, here, I'll go just grab the post for you guys, and I will read exactly what Tarn said. It's post 60. This is also in the video. Person asks about keyboard controls and Z menu. Person asks about the Z menu. Because in the most recent Bay 12 post on the front page of the website, he says that the Z menu has currently been replaced with something else. So Tarn's post is this. This may be the case. For the instance, there is no keyboard cursors right now. People generally wanted 50 key presses to be replaced by a few mouse clicks. And I don't think that there were any general proponents of the keyboard in this case. There are some specific concerns, like with macros and stuff, but that would probably be better replaced by interactive blueprints, etc., as in Factorio. I'm all for hotkeys, of course, and being able to pull up various bits of information and get things selected quickly with the keyboard, but I've been leaning against the replacement for cursors right now, and haven't heard a case for them. I've never seen a similar modern game that uses keyboard cursors because it requires so many key presses. Send him Cogmind. Because it requires so many key presses. Something people have hated and mocked about DF for many years, and once we admit the mouse at all, whilst display being a hover, etc., it isn't a concern. Although arguably it works as a hotkey for speed purposes. But perhaps the mouse use is a barrier generally for you, and I haven't heard from the keyboard only side since they were the only side we'd been supporting to this point. Also, I found the magma sea. You think that you found a bug if you hover the mouse over a visitor? That it is impersonating you can see the real alias? Wait, really? That's kind of amazing. What's so confusing about the word keyboard? Also, raw adamantine. Praise the miners. This is a keyboard cursor. Little X on the screen. That's a keyboard cursor. What's so confusing about that? That is a keyboard cursor. All right, well, that sinks down immediately. How do I want to do this? I kind of want to do it on this level. Mayhaps it was you being dumb, but the little X that I'm controlling the game with right now is a keyboard cursor. And he's right. No modern games use it, but Dwarf Fortress isn't a modern game. You know, Dwarf Fortress is like an homage to not modern games. I would like it to stay that way. Trying to figure out how I can do this. I want to make an interesting looking magma reservoir. Maybe we put it over here. So currently, Dwarf Fortress in Premium is not playable via only a keyboard. And if you want it to be, you got to tell them that you want it to be, because they've heard no feedback stating that people want that. And also, be mature about it. So no, I will not have it spell keyboard rules. Also, because like no dwarves would do that. Come on. Maybe keyboard support, please. Smile. I'm just trying to make an interesting looking shape that's also like kind of practical for building purposes. I don't know what I'll do with that. Maybe a tomb or something. This is going to be the magma forge. We're going to have to make this look cool. I think we're going to put some actual like crafting down here too. We're not just going to build the magma forge down here. We're going to do a few things down here. Thinking about putting a temple or two down here because the gods are kind of spooky, so spooky gods need deep temples. That'll look cool, I think. What do you think, chat? That look cool? Can do something in that circular bit down there at the bottom. But yeah, at the end of the day, if you guys want Dwarf Fortress Premium to have features that we want, or that I would assume that we would want, we have to make sure that that feedback's been heard. And I think that the Dwarf Fortress community, while amazing and awesome, we have this habit of like falling asleep and not paying attention to what the fuck's going on because like, admittedly, updates for the game is pretty slow, right? Like it's consistent, but it's slow. So people who play Dwarf Fortress a lot for a long period of time often take very long breaks. Like every now and again, I'll get like a comment from somebody who's like, man, I played Dwarf Fortress in 2016 and now I just heard about the Steam version. It's like, this is somebody who played the game actively for a while, like on and off, and is like only just figured out about this stuff, right? So it's like, if you like Dwarf Fortress a certain way and want it to be playable in a certain way, just make sure that the creators know about your feedback, because I feel like currently, at the very least, as a community, we're really, really, really bad at making that feedback known. And we're really good at just kind of memeing and, like, unfortunately getting lost and confused to be the same as the mainstream people who don't actually play Dwarf Fortress and just read stories about it and think that they play Dwarf Fortress. Which is fine. I mean, it's good to have a mainstream audience that enjoys the game vicariously through others, but like it becomes a problem when the developers get only feedback from those people, which currently they are the majority, right? Someone just got sentenced to 50 hammer strikes. Oh my god, 50? That's pretty rough. That is a lot of hammer strikes, dude. Like that's a lot of hammer strike. "50 hammer strikes" sounds like an Amon Amarth song, though. I have to dig across this. It's gonna take a little bit. So we're going to use the layer above to fill this stuff. The only problem is I'm pretty sure I only have one anvil. So I don't have iron. And the dwarves haven't traded with me. And if they did, they didn't bring any anvils. And I didn't buy any. So, you know, I think this will look cooler if I go in one. So you know what we might end up using this for? This might actually end up being like a glass forge primarily. Nah, that doesn't look as good as I thought it would. I think that this might end up being a glass forge, chat. I can't confirm anything because I don't know. The only information I have is the exact stuff I just read to you. So don't ask me to confirm things because I literally can't. I don't know. I haven't played it. I don't know what their plans are. If you want keyboard support, tell Tarn you want keyboard support. Currently, there is no mouse cursor support to be controllable by a keyboard, and also the block of text I just read. So I don't know. I hope. I don't know. It certainly is broke. That's the problem, Dank Penguin. It certainly is broke. And the reason it certainly is broke is because Dwarf Fortress has a very small active player base and a very large number of people who complain about Dwarf Fortress being unplayable due to its controls. So it absolutely is. Probably still there in the classic version. Classic version hasn't even been started, right? And classic is going to be a non-paid for version of Dwarf Fortress that will have the same features and the same UI and no graphics and sound, right? It might not be in the classic mode. Make sure Tarn knows you want keyboard support, okay? Classic mode is getting mouse support and the new menus. If the new menus are not designed for keyboard and do not have keyboard support, I'd be willing to bet that that's not the case, Aqua. Send Tarn an email. All right? You guys are so passive and just like, it'll probably send him an email. Send him, if nobody sends him the feedback, he's not going to get the feedback. The classic version hasn't even been started yet. Period. Hey, we're finally across the lava. Phew! Finally. It took 10,000 years. But yeah, two things people really need to stop doing. Thing number one, people need to stop assuming I know everything about Dwarf Fortress Steam version. And thing number two is you guys got to stop being so passive about changes. Even better, Stone, compose your email and then copy paste your email into Twitch chat, and then everybody can just forward the same email. We can just send him a mass email of the same feedback saying, hey, please, you want keyboard support? I just received a little notification from Twitch saying, available now, check out your monthly recap to streamer that I'm sub to. From May, top clips and most spammed emotes and more. Twitch sends out monthly highlight reels for streamers? Have any of you guys ever gotten this? Weird. Odd. You've got that before? Huh. Wondering, since when's that a thing? I've literally never heard of this before. Strange. Alright, well, I can just let them working on this. I've gotten the yearly recaps too, but not a monthly one. Gotten it twice on non-consecutive months. Huh. That's just weird because it's something I've never heard of before. But, you know, one thing that I will say about Tarn that's real good is he does read his email. It's the first thing. And the second thing is, if he gets the feedback, he will take it into account. So we just gotta give him the feedback. As long as we can give him the feedback, we're good. Just make sure that he gets feedback. And he knows that people are serious. As long as he gets the feedback and he knows people are serious, we're good. Poor Dwarf. I'm going to take you off of mining for a second so you go construct that, and then I'll put you back onto mining. There you go. Now you can go get a drink. Probably a feature they're testing. Oh, true, yeah. Twitch does that weird thing where they test features and that they don't tell anybody about. There's actually been kind of like a general annoyance amongst streamers recently because Twitch has this habit of like not announcing features, and the actual best way to find out about Twitch features is from people who are friends with people who work at Twitch who like leak stuff to their friends and then they post them publicly. Also, who was that? Who's depressed? Oh, Mino, you still sad? You stopped being sad for a bit there. You got into an argument? With who? I mean, I too would be upset after getting caught by freakish weather, but seriously, Alamino, come on. Dream of raising a family? I guess it makes sense. You do worship the god of death, so naturally you would dream of raising a family. This is so much floor detailing. So much of it. Yeah, I think we're gonna go straight into I think we're gonna go straight into just glass for the basement. I think these dwarves need a break. Jobs. Let's unsuspend these. Your engravers are usually the most happy in your fort. Yep, because they got a ton of work to do, but then the work stops pretty quick. I've just got, like, not enough dwarves and too many jobs right now, so I kind of have to do things one thing at a time. Take out huge chunks of floor to be smooth so that we can actually put items away so that they'll actually farm, etc. So that they'll come down here and mine and all that stuff. I too dream of raising a family. Not mine, and as zombies, but raising nonetheless. Yeah, you want to raise them so that they can once again roam the world in search of flesh and blood, right? I mean, hi, Socks. How are you? Well, apparently there's lava below that. Also, autumn has come. Hopefully we trade with the dwarves this year. You're going to go to the gym and then smoke some weed. That sounds like a good way to spend your afternoon. You have a good one for anyways. God, stoners are funny sometimes. It's like, I'm going to go do a healthy thing and then very unhealthy thing. See you in a couple hours. Although I used to know somebody who I used to work with who used to like getting really stoned and then going to the gym, so. Whatever works for you, frankly. Just do what you gotta. Just do what you gotta. But how you doing, Socks? Weed is good for the muscle ache you get after the exercising. It's terrible for your lungs. Dude, I smoke weed. I'm not judging, but like, come on. I just think it's funny, you know? Because stoners are all often like that, where they're just like, I'm gonna do healthy thing, followed by very unhealthy thing. Because like, let's not go start telling people that weed is good for you or something silly like that, because it's really not. It's really not, but yes, I will agree it is good for the muscle aches that you get after working out. I will, in fact, agree with you on that. You'll start your Hammer Dwarf squad? You mean your Hammered Dwarf squad? Still thinking about sending Tarn an email, but other than that, just sucks. I think that I do think that we should just make like a community like email template for send Tarn an email telling him that we want keyboard control and premium for Dwarf Fort, and just like here's a template. That's kind of what I'm thinking about right now. It's like, how would I write that template? Like, honestly, if Dwarf Fortress 4 goes all keyboard control, I'll be fine. I'll live. But I would be sad. Well, chat, I have a question. This is an important question. Why do these red pandas keep falling out of trees and dying? I've had like 4 or 5 red pandas on this map now bleed to death because they climb a tree and fall out of it. What are they, fucking drop bears now? What the hell's going on? Sounds like pandas. These are red pandas. They're basically like they're more akin to raccoons, not pandas. Just like in Long Death, before I built the second layer on the wall, I had problems with kangaroos jumping over my walls and just like falling. Because like, slip on the lake goo? No, because the lake goo is only growing on the lake, not on the ground, and they're not falling on the ground, and they don't spawn on the lake, so they have no way of getting to the lake goo. It's just like Long Death used to have this problem because kangaroos would spawn on the edge of the map and then they jump over my walls and they jump over and fall. It's like those videos of like kangaroos that are like on a bridge, like over a river, and they jump over the wall and then just fall because they don't realize that there's nothing on the other side of the wall and then they just fall off a cliff. Or like deer will do that sometimes. They'll spook them and they'll jump over a wall that they can't see over and it's just like a cliff on the other side. I wonder if it's a situation like that, where they just, like, don't realize that they're about to die, but then they do. I didn't realize the game was paused. They're staring. I was like, why isn't that moving? Fortunately, I don't think there are any tree wolves on this map. Birds, maybe, but... I mean, what actually do we have on the map? Nope, just red pandas. There's echidna. An echidna. Well, they're not fighting with each other. They're just fighting with the ground. They must be, like, spawning on the trees or something. But, like, yeah, no, they're legit just falling. For, like, no real discernible reason. Probably, but it would also get people to actually send Tarn the email, which I think would be useful. Ah, there we go. More adamantine. 2 more things of adamantine. Ah, so this is going to be a pain in the dick to dig out. But fortunately, not difficult. But yes, potentially you are not wrong. It'll just feel like spam comment. You are not wrong. I mean, it's weirder. That I think that might actually be weirder. Like the same email address sending 50 emails, all claiming to be different people, but they're all from the same email address. I think that might actually be weirder than like a bunch of different emails coming from different email addresses. Only the 50 emails are also completely different style. What if half of them are written? What if they are all written in different fonts? Like we go all out with this. Shoutouts to the person who writes the email in Wingdings. Relevant to previous discussion. Speaking of somebody who writes all of their emails in wingdings, how you doing, Neil?
Crip Wave.
You know, you are the first person to actually do the 60-month resub. I know a bunch, there's a few people who've had them so far, but you're the only person to actually, like, pop the email or the resub notification, so thank you. Massively for keeping that sub alive for 60 months. To be fair, I sometimes have to pull out a thesaurus to know what Tarn is talking about. He uses words sometimes that I'm like, what? Same with Dwarf Fortress. Like, I had to look up Indefatigable a while ago. Oh, Socks, if you didn't know, we have Crypt Burr because you're not subbed to the channel currently. So Crypt Burr is a follower emote for the channel, which is like beer, but it's Burr instead. It's missing an E. You in order to get the extra E, you have to sub to the channel. Some people even say that Burr is superior to beer. I'm not certain I agree with this, but no, that's what happens when it's wintertime and you're outside with no pants on. That's a very different kind of Burr. A very different kind of Burr. That's a crypt Burr. Where did Elmina go? Oh. Still depressed. God damn it. Even this is going to be a pain in the ass to dig through. Oh, well. So what kind of stone is this? Granite? I don't think granite's magma safe, yeah? Also, animal. I'm still wondering what that tile set looks like. It's not magma safe. I'm still curious about what that tile set looks like for the description of a dwarf. I'm sure it's just like a mess of nothing, but I'd love to know. I'd absolutely love to know. We need more empty food bins, aren't you? Get rid of those jobs. It's fine. Man, I got so many fish all of a sudden. Holy shit. Meditate on war? Meditate on misery? Well, at least they're being productive. I will say, I do really like this cavern layer. This is a cool fucking cavern layer. Look at this. Although, my concerns about keyboard controls aside, I'm very excited about the farming changes that Tarn talked about in the recent update, which is, long story short, farming close to the surface, just underground with like plump helmets and stuff, you're going to be at a disadvantage. But farming in the cavern layers like this is going to be the way it is currently. So you're going to get less productive soil the closer you are to the surface. Yeah, I saw that tile set. You posted the one that was yeah, the one that was themed after Phobius, yeah, with Big Chungus. Yes. This thing, which has Bugs Chungus as like everything and some skulls and things. We'll call it not Phobius. Phobicus? I don't know. Yeah, I also really like the noble symbol items. Like, honestly, like, there is still more positive than negative, but... but no real excitement for me surrounding. But yeah, I do have your tile set downloaded. So it's essentially like there isn't really a deadline, Kodiak DJ, for the tile sets. So I will be setting everything up for tomorrow's stream tonight at the end of tonight's stream. So we were going to do it because it only takes like 10 minutes to set up a charity stream. Like, it's actually like really easy and quick to set up a charity stream. So it's just a matter of waiting until tonight and then just doing a few clicks and stuff to set stuff up. But yeah, no, the noble items are great. Anything to make nobles more interesting and useful, in my opinion, is a positive thing. Because I don't like the meta of just let's murder the nobles. Maybe it's because I'm not French, but when I have a noble in Dwarf, to me it's more fun to try and make them happy than it is to like, oh, let's just squish them. Yeah, no, you have all day basically. You have until tomorrow morning, because like all I do for these tile set swaps is I make an install of Dwarf Fortress, right? And then I copy it, and then I add in the tile set, set up the settings to add it in, which is like only a few lines of text to change. And then I copy it, and then I add in the next tile set, copy it, add the next tile, and it's very quick to set it up. And then the actual process when I'm in the stream itself is I will launch the first version, play in that, generate a world in that, and then just take the save info and just drag it over one. Like, it's very easy. I don't believe I've ever actually had a noble demand something made out of adamantine specifically. Though you only got a few. I'm always jealous when I see those people who have like these forts with like 50 barons for no reason. It's like, why can't, I want that. You need topped beds. Thank you very much for your tile set contribution to the chaos for tomorrow, and hopefully we see you tomorrow. Take care of yourself. You have a good night's sleep. Hopefully better night's sleep than I've had the last 2 nights. Although I slept okay last night. I got about 6 hours sleep last night, which is all right. It's all right. It was tolerable. Not optimal, but tolerable. I'm checking the weather for Saturday. Yeah, it's mostly cloudy. Attending a meeting. Yeah, this fort currently only has... Yeah, only has my expedition leader for a noble. It's the only thing we got currently. Meditate on torture! My god, this fortress. This fortress, though. I mean, look at fucking live chat. It's just like, meditate on torture. Uh-huh. Just, you know, casually. What you doing? Meditating on torture. I'm glad there's no specific information for said activity. Seems like a benefit to everybody. Meditate on chaos. Aren't you guys just a bundle of happiness? Fucking rainbows. Everybody say goodnight to Animal, by the way. Tomorrow will be a harsher day and you have to sleep. You do what you gotta do. We'll see you when we see you, Wilmer. Go to bed. Well, also say goodnight to Wilmer, our lovely outpost liaison from the mountain home. And to some of you who will be up within the next 7 hours, I might still be on when you wake up. Because I'm kind of hoping / planning to stream until I turn 28. Because I turned 28 at, like, just after midnight. So, kind of thinking about just streaming until just after midnight, you know? Trying to keep an eye on the dwarves that are depressed. Hey, Tapioke. How you been, dude? This is a weird fucking faction. You have a quick question. All right. What's this question? I'll have you know that questions are illegal, so you're currently breaking the law, but I may be able to break the rules this one time to answer a question. A walking chair? What? What's a walking chair? H2O? Located more warmstone. Made us like, you know what? Screw it. But yeah, what's up, Tapio? Are there mods planned for Caves of Cud in my knowledge? It already has workshop support, dude. Like there's mods already for Caves of Cud. Like lots. Yeah, like just go to the workshop. Like there's a whole modded UI. There's like a bunch of retiles for things. So companions mods. A thing that lets you build your own home. Yeah, I mean, like, you can also get these, like, through their forums, but, like, yes, it has mod support. I don't even know what any of this is. Yeah, no, you can, there's already plenty of mods for Cuds. Do I think Cud has a steep learning curve? Yes. Cud has a very steep learning curve, just like Dwarf Fort. But Cud's learning curve is just like Dwarf Fort's in that it's just about learning what your options are and how to go about doing them. Is the game actually hard? I would say that Caves of Cud is a harder game than Dwarf Fort because Caves of Cud goes out of its way to kill you. It's a mean roguelike. It's just as hard to learn as any other roguelike of its sort. It's like trying to learn NetHack. You kind of want to wiki up. You want to like be careful and play slowly and be aware of monkeys because monkeys will fuck you up. But yeah, it's definitely a hard game. And it's a game I've been meaning to get back to. But although actually I would say it's easier to learn now that they've added like the Wander and the they added 2 non-permadeath options to play the game. Which I think are a massive benefit to anybody trying to learn Caves of Cud. But yeah, I don't know where mods are hosted outside of the Steam Workshop. There probably is some somewhere. I haven't looked. But yeah, there's like a mod that turns it into fucking Dwarf Fortress. Like there's one where you just like run a management sim. Like you can just build a village. Like there's some pretty whack mods for Caves of Cud. I mean, obviously it's not like there's not that many mods because it's not the biggest community, but yes, there is mods. The one thing I will say is like a caveat to Caves of Cud, though, is they are planning on doing DLC once they fully release the game, but their DLC is going to be like, it's a quest pack, or a creature pack, or an expansion pack. And so, I don't know how frequent they'll be, but it is something that they've said that they'll do. Granted, that game has like 500 hours of content in it right now, so if they put out a DLC for it for $5, I don't think it's going to be a huge ask. And like Tome has a bunch of DLC and it's totally fair. So you know what? I kind of just want to go all the way up to the wall here. Yeah, the reason I think Cud has a steep learning curve is because Cud is a game that has its own logic, its own science, and practically its own language. What's the current fort that we're playing? So this is Drowned Waters, which is my first exploration into the Plank of Nations, which is a weird as hell fort faction. They only have 2 forts. They have a mountain home and a hillocks. And then this fort that I built here, which is on the stupid lake, right next to another fort called Murky Waters, which I had to abandon immediately because of a bug. So when I look at it on the overworld, it looks like it's Murky Waters, but it's actually Drowned Waters. And this fortress is weird because there's only 4 males in the fort and 19 in the fort total. And all of the gods are female gods that represent misery and torture. The queen of the faction is a Gelder. There's almost no population. We only got those 2 migrant waves. And the only male god is the god of pregnancy and creation. So my theory is that this is some weird cult fort that killed all the dudes. There was way more murky water than I expected, yes. Go watch VOD Part 1 on YouTube for full explanation. They spawned the water table at the game spawned the water table at the wrong layer and drowned everything. I mean, it still has a steep learning curve, though, Pigfin. I mean, like, I figured it out, but it took me, like, a good, 10 hours to kind of figure out what I was supposed to do with Cud, Pigfin. And, the first 5 hours of learning Cud was learning the hotkeys. The next 5 hours was, learning what I'm supposed to do. And then the next 5 hours was, learning how to actually play Cud. Caves of Cud was, it was, a 10 to 15 hour learning curve of, all right, how do I not just die immediately? What am I actually supposed to be doing? And hotkeys and all that jazz. And then after that, it was functionally playing the game. Yeah, true. I mean, I think that the reason Tome is hard to understand is because Tome is 55 billion stats and none of them make any sense. Good luck. Smiley face. That's Tome. Whereas Cud is okay, there's a reasonable number of stats, but why is everybody telling me to live and drink and what the fuck is a dram? And why is that mushroom talking to me? And how do I get quests again? And where the fuck are the Barathmites? And I don't know. Well, there's just, I think learning the lore is the hardest part about learning CUD, frankly. Like, figuring out what the game's trying to tell you is the hardest part about playing CUD. But that's also the fun of playing CUD, is because, like, the lore is such a weird mishmash of things and stuff. That's what makes CUD fun, but it's also what makes CUD dense and confusing. Playing CUD is like reading a really dense fantasy novel, you know? It's like trying to read The Wheel of Time. It's not that bad. It's not that complicated. It's just a fucking fantasy novel. But remembering all those characters' names is a pain in the dick, you know? Like, trying to remember who's who and where's who and who's where and what who is doing and what this person's doing and who this person was and who are you again? It's kind of the same thing with CUD, you know? But it also has the if it breathes on you, you die kind of thing. I mean, just like I beat Adom once because I copy-pasted my save file once every 30 minutes. Well, I mean, it's going to be the stomach of our... I didn't think about it that way, but yeah, it kind of does. It's going to be the stomach of our magma forges. And this is going to be the magma forge up here. Although it's actually just, it's going to be more of a glass furnace than just a magma forge, but... Magma crab has given birth to twins. It's no longer a magma crab, it's now a mama crab! My door's open, so I'll bet you my neighbors can just hear me shouting about random shit. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Lava flows. Just flows slower than water. I'm just looking at the guys. Go look at Happy Pills' post in Dwarf Fort Talk on Discord. Just go look at that room when you get a chance. Only if it's 1 Z level deep, or not 1 Z level, but 1 of 7 of the Z level deep. So as long as it's more than 1 of 7 deep, it'll flow, just like water does. It just flows really slowly. Yeah, I mean there is no pressure to it, but it will flow. Like if it's going down a hill, it will flow, and as long as you're feeding it with something, yeah, it'll flow, and it'll flow off a map. You could make little lava rivers and such. I mean, I've done it before, so I know you can do it. But it doesn't like slow down and solidify. It evaporates like water does. But it does that when it's shallow enough that water would evaporate. So as long as you just like make sure that there's plenty of lava there, you're good to go. You're Gucci at that point. A firm source of motivation, and please define firm source of motivation in this instance. Happy Pills Fort is full of miasma and dead people. Is that your definition of firm source of motivation? Because I'm not gonna lie, that seems a wee bit toxic. just a little bit toxic. Just slightly toxic. Somewhat slightly, maybe sort of toxic. We're gonna keep digging out this upper layer. Still make that little room at the end there. And I hate it when it's multiple colors. Just be the color I want you to be and not the color you want you to be, you silly walls. Eh. Also, chat, if you happen to have Twitter and want to help me out, retweets and whatnot help. They do. Also, I wonder, are these up? Also, investments are up, chat. If you want to invest your tickets. Hey, Lake Bear, what's up? How's things? Thanks for the retweet, Pigfinite. Cheers, mate. Pigfinite, I have a question. Have you put your username into the AI image generator yet? Think your tile set's complete? Yeah. I'm very excited to see what this AI generated tile set looks like. If you think it's good, you should also just like throw it up on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit and be like, I used an AI to generate a tile set. 50,000 upvotes later. And it's kind of terrifying. It made some futuristic pig from a horror sci-fi movie. I really want to see what that looks like. Can you please post that somewhere? You'd be curious to train your own AI? I don't want to make the effort to train my own AI, so thus I just want to use other people's AI. I also would want to know what would happen if I put in Slaves to Armok, God of Blood, Chapter 2, Dwarf Fortress into the AI generator. I want to know what it would think of Slaves to Armok. So it's not something you can use. You have to sign up for their beta, but Pigfinite can link it if they want. It's not public. You have to sign up. And you basically have to trick them into thinking that you're press. Oh my god, that's a nightmare. That is a nightmare. Okay, chat, nightmare fuel warning. Look away, potentially. I like how it's a combination of pigs and infinity symbols. Like, there's definitely infinite... Like, that one's pretty great. But yeah, it's mid... I keep on wanting to call it May Journey, but yeah, it's Mid Journey. It's not a pig, it's a scout. Some of those could be album covers. Oh, absolutely. I mean, Just go to like I said earlier, just go to Unnormal's Twitter. Just go scroll down Brian Becklow's Twitter, and you will find a lot of really good Mid-Journey posts, because he was the first person that I saw in that, and he was just like, I had to mute him on Twitter for a bit there, because he was tweeting like 700 a day, just like adding the word like occult and like futuristic and nightmare to everything, and just like making 50,000 things per day. Like, hold on, like let's find something, Betty. Let's just scroll down a little bit. Somehow I accidentally opened up Brogue. Never a bad thing. Scrolling down on Normal's Twitter again. Here we go. Let's find something. Like, this is the sort of shit he's been like tweeting. Cyberpunk ideal occult beauty. And just like generating weird pictures. Like, fucking slow down, Brian. This is possibly my favorite. Spock, but cool. I don't know why that was so funny to me, but Spock, but cool. What's another one? Come on, Brian. What kind of nightmares do you have for me here? Pong 2200. This one might be my favorite. Like, that looks, this just looks like a Kavinsky album art. Just put like the Kavinsky car in there somewhere. That one's pretty good. What else do we have? Oh, this one's good. Art Deco Cyberpunk Occult Pong 2200. And then that as a follow-up. What else do we have? Lady Gaga as Princess Zelda? Well, that's horrifying. Fucking Skyrim, but it's David Bowie. What are those NFTs? No, it's AI art generation by Midjourney. Literally just go to Midjourney and sign up and try and get into their beta. It's just an art generator. They're not NFTs. NFTs are fucking baby shit for children. This is like art, man. Also that too. NFTs aren't pictures. NFTs are the ID to prove allegedly that you purchased the picture. Oh, I got you. Woe is me. Also, hi, Woe is me. How are you? I just really like the adding Art Deco and Cyberpunk and occult to everything. Just makes it look cooler. All right. We're also going to keep going this way. COVID caught you? No! I hope you get over it quickly. Hope your symptoms are mild. That's been like half the people I know recently, though. Like, everybody's just like, yep, got COVID. Sucks, but fortunately people's, oh, that's good. After like 3 days. That's good to hear. Yeah. The one person that I know who I know through the internet, not through in person or anything, who didn't get vaccinated, caught COVID pretty recently, who was sick for like 2.5 weeks. And everybody else is just like, yeah, it feels like a shitty cold. It's like, yep, seems about right. So, at least you got the tri shot, you know? It's like the Triforce, but with injections. A nasty sore throat. I mean, that is one of the symptoms. It's like what? Sore throat. Loss of sense of smell. Oh wow! I'm glad that you realized that you're a journalist. I mean, I was honest and was like, I'm a journalist, and then just linked to my fucking YouTube channel and Twitter. Like, I will absolute. The thing is, if I got access to Midjourney, I would absolutely do a YouTube video of me just generating pictures of dwarves in Dwarf Fortress. Like, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh my god, I need to see what this looks like. Are you bleeping at me? Let me open up this bitmap. Ooh. You know, this actually looks kind of rad, dude. I don't know what that is, but I like it. The dwarves look awesome. Damn, that looks cool. This one might actually look kind of awesome, actually. Huh. Just a random eyeball. Weird rat thing. The statue looks like a gnome. Damn, that's cool. I like the way it looks. Shit. Thanks for putting in all the effort to make a AI-generated tile set. I would assume that each cell in the tile set would be generated separately, using different keywords, I would guess, and then Photoshopped together or whatever. I think that art going forward is going to be AI generated and human refined. I think to a degree. I mean, I think that art that is largely AI, like I was talking to my aunt about this, right? My aunt is an amateur artist who actually like puts her art into shows and like people come and see them, and she sells her pieces for not huge sums of money, but not nothing, right? Like a couple $100 a piece, right? And I was talking to her about this, and her statement basically from the perspective of like the more traditional art world is for mass production, yes, but it's kind of like saying, well, you can eat craft dinner all day, every day. Or you can like go to a restaurant that makes the noodles by hand, makes their own cheese, and buy well-made macaroni and cheese, right? Exactly. Like that. It's so I think like when we're talking about like film assets and game assets, sure, absolutely. Like that or maybe even like book covers to a degree, sure. But my crayon drawing of a dwarf that is signed by Zach and Tarn Adams that's framed on my wall, that will always be more valuable than something that an AI drew. We're not talking about NFTs. We're talking about artwork. NFTs are not artwork. NFTs are a fancy way of printing a digital receipt. Oh, I see. Never mind. I just saw what you were responding to, Troopin. Yes, you are talking about NFTs. Although it's only a matter of time before somebody claims that they painted something and they show it, or they paint over a thing and show it, and the image was actually like AI generated. Yeah, it for some reason it didn't show that there was. I have a really hard time seeing the. I mean, I could just fucking show you. I have a really hard time seeing this text. It's almost invisible to me, so half the time I miss it. I almost never realize that people are responding to people. I really dislike that change that Twitch made, but not much I can do about it. So yeah, I miss it like 90% of the time. Yeah, well, unfortunately, it's more convenient than adding people. Adding people I can see super easily because there's this big obvious @ with a username at the beginning, and I can look for the last thing that the person said. But the tiny little respond to things, I just, yeah, they might as well be invisible. I don't see them. So. Going around the edge here, making the walls all the same color. They won't be. I mean, you know, that's... AI generators are absolutely going to be usable by the public, but so are paintbrushes, right? So is Photoshop, you know? I guess saying... actually, here's a pretty decent example. Saying that AI-generated artwork is going to take over art drawn by people is kind of like saying, we have Photoshop, so we don't need paint anymore. You know what I mean? We have Photoshop, so you don't need paint. Because arguably, somebody with a Photoshop license can do exactly the same. Why can't I find granite on this screen? Where's granite? What the fuck? Did I forbid granite? What the fuck happened? Apparently I did. All right. You don't have to teach stupid robots. Well, I mean, that one guy already taped a paintbrush to a donkey's ass, so, you know. No, totally. I mean, Photoshop enables people to have inspiration, and I see this as a very similar thing, you know? Like, you'll see weird abstract art pieces that are use AI to expand on things. Like the accessibility of software like Midjourney, like, could enable somebody like me to make a weird abstract drug-induced point-and-click game. But, you know, I would credit the AI. I wouldn't claim that I drew the art. And of course, at some point, you'll have somebody who will claim that they drew all the art, and that's fine. We've had assholes who've lied about their work for years. That doesn't really mean that it's going to replace artists or destroy the art world or anything. Art is valuable because it's made by people. Yeah, no, self-driving cars are not going to replace racing because robo-race is stupid. Like, quite literally, they've been trying to do that for, like, 15 years, and robo-race is awful and is never going to get there. I mean, will there be a market for it separately? Absolutely. But it's the same reason that BattleBots aren't bigger than pro wrestling, you know? BattleBots are awesome. It's a stupid TV show. It's great, and I will often watch the highlights of it on YouTube. But pro wrestling is way more popular because people want to see people beat people up. They don't want to see robots break robots. I mean, watching robots blow up robot once is fun and all, but like, a robot could take every item they'd ever made. Well, yeah, I mean, an AI could make an approximation of your artwork. It's not your artwork. If robots fought humans in a human body, humans as of now would beat the robots, you think? I mean, the robot could be covered entirely in electricity and kill the human. But that's not the discussion. The discussion isn't who will win in a fight. The discussion is, will AI, like, remove art? No. That's silly. Although, watch me be wrong. And in 25 years, I'll eat my words. But I don't see that happening. Let's do that. And that. And we are almost done. Now it's just a matter of flooding it. Yeah, the elves arrive again. Still no dwarves to trade with. Need to train my military more and go start demanding traders from humans and stuff. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's inspiration generators. And profile picture generators. Or like an excellent concept art tool. And number of missing terms? Like, what do you mean, though? But, I mean, if you're tired, don't worry about it. I mean, think about it this way. Saying that AI-generated art is going to replace artists is very similar to saying that procedural generation in video games is going to replace level designers. For a certain type of thing, potentially. But not for everything. They brought a cougar, a bobcat, a hedgehog, a wren, a panda. A panda. Holy shit, an actual panda. Meow. Hedgehogs are common, though. Pandas, though. I don't think I have anything I can feed it with. I just want to own a panda briefly. We just bought a panda. A large bear-like creature with striking coat of black and white hair. Feeds on bamboo forests. She is incredibly muscular. Her hair around the eyes is black and her ears are black. Her legs are black and her upper body is black. Her other hair is white and her skin is pink. Her eyes are brown. You have a good night, Aqua. See you tomorrow, hopefully. I like that this dwarf just has like a cloud of dogs following him around. You're making a tile set by rubbing out each tile and then drawing what you remember was there. Don't worry, you're not the only person who's doing that. Cheers, Pigfinite. I'm looking forward to it too. I'm actually really impressed by that AI-generated tile set. Looks kind of rad. let's Man, I wish I could disassemble that from up here. Well. Seal that off, make sure there's no one down there. Then we go and flood this shit. I'll be back in a sec. Just gonna go check something. I mean, someone should just make a tile set that's everything. Yeah, no migrants again. Someone should just make a tile set where everything is completely normal, except all of the tiles are upside down. Except for the walls, please. But like everything else can just be upside down. So like all the letters are upside down, all of the dwarves are upside down, all the arrows are upside down. Like just, you should do that. How's it going? Pretty good. Pretty good. Working on a magma forge. However, since you're trying to describe your thoughts on it, sounds more like AI-generated NFTs. No, it doesn't sound like you're talking about AI-generated NFTs, Troopin. Well, I think it's less of a if it's bought or sold, but I think it's more of a if somebody, like if Coca-Cola generates a label for a Coca-Cola thing and it's generated by an AI, does Coca-Cola have the legal right to the AI generated image, or does the AI have the legal right to the generated image? Because there was like a law passed, I think in the UK about this recently. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this article that I'm thinking of. Yeah, here's a Reuters article that I was thinking of, that I read a little while ago. Yeah, from like a month ago, back in April, about copyright law and artificial intelligence. It's one of those things that's like, it's going to be a big discussion point over the next couple of years, I think. It's something that we're going to have to think long and hard about. Just as a society. And I think that that's okay, you know? The quality of image is proportional to how well they have tweaked it, and they need to own the training data too, you guess? At that point, I'm lost. All right, so let's dig out these bits. Let's fill this in. Hey, thanks, Soaps. What up, dude? How's life been? Hopefully good. We're just talking about AI-generated artwork because Midjourney is fucking wild. But we're going to be doing charity stream tomorrow. His birthday. We're going to be raising money for JDRF. And playing with various tile sets, including one that one of the audience members just generated using Midjourney. So it should be a bit of fun. I was very much expecting to look back down here and see a dwarf down here somehow, but no, we're good. Why do you feel bad for DF artists? You know what? We have AI-generated music too, right? I think so. This is like the difference I think between me and some of you guys in chat, right? You guys need to realize that the value of art is the fact that it was made by a person. That is quite literally the value of artwork. It's like saying that Dwarf Fortress is devaluing handcrafted RPGs because Dwarf Fortress can generate a world for you. I'm not scared of robots, they have no vision. Well, there are people that have no vision that are probably scary. What is that? Oh, they're gems that are melting. That's neat. Yeah, absolutely. A Picasso isn't valuable because it's a piece of art it's a piece of paper with paint on it. It's valuable because it was painted by Picasso. It doesn't matter what the subject matter of the art is. Tapioca. Oh, hello. Look at this. Whole family of magma crabs wandering in. Fair enough, Tapioca. I clearly missed the transfer. Apparently am out of empty food containers again. That's fine, then we got more drinks. But yeah. For me, I guess when it comes to just AI generated artwork in general, I feel like that fear is very unfounded. But let's fill this in before these magma crabs wander up and in the fort, because I really kind of don't want that. Alright. Okay, here come 2 dwarves to go close this whole thing up. Yeah, if the conversation's moved on, my bad. Let's get rid of that. Put you in. Guess Michael will work. Same with you. Gonna be replacing this whole thing with Gabbro anyway. Oh, there's our reservoir. I'm gonna give these dwarves a wee bit of a break. Do you not have an office? Whose office is this then? Oh, that's the Dungeon Master. Dungeon Master has a badass office. My manager doesn't. So you know what? My expedition leader is going to get 3 gold tables and 3 gold thrones. What is the task of the Dungeon Master? It's an extension of the what's it called? It's an extension of the sheriff / captain of the guard. It's essentially the same job, but they share tasks. So if you don't want your you can't have one without the other, but if you don't want your dungeon master to be super busy all the time, then you give them half of those jobs. Basically. It used to be a noble who wore many cloaks. This is true. It's fancy entertainment. Yes, it's the person who runs the dungeon in D&D. Yes, that is indeed what a dungeon master is. All of this is true, and I can't deny it. When there wasn't a limit of 1. Yep. You know what's something kind of funny that Tarn noted in the Future of the Fortress last night? Is that apparently, and I feel like I knew this, but it's funnier seeing it in writing. Apparently, dwarves are only capable of wearing amulets on their heads, because dwarves used to wear amulets on their heads, and then Tarn added necks, but never changed it so that they wear amulets on their necks instead of on their heads. So they actually wear amulets like hats around their head. Someone needs to get Midjourney and feed it a description of a dwarf plus all of the clothing that the dwarf is wearing. It's like a cloak made of silk with the details on all of the cloaks and all of the separate images, because I feel like that would be horrifying. But anyway. Slaughtering dogs over here. Yeah, Captain of the Guard and Hammer can both deal beatings. If there's a what's it called? If there's a dungeon master active, they will do all of the prison sentencing. So releasing and putting in prison. Hammer will just do beatings, whereas they won't put them in prison. And the Captain of the Guard kind of does all of the jobs. So if you have a very crime-heavy fort, it's better to have multiple dwarves because then you don't get behind on your arrests and whatnot. And her forehead crystal? I suppose so. But I don't know if that made it any more clear, but it kind of just boils down to that that's what they work on. When you Google head lace, you know, man, now whenever people say weird shit, or not weird shit, but words and things that you don't normally read, like head lace, I just want to put it into Midjourney and see what it spits out. Human wearing a head lace. You know what I mean? This is also why, like, Unnormal's Twitter is just a fucking wall of images from those. So he keeps thinking of things and typing it in and seeing what it spits out. It's head lace, not head lice or lice. Head lace. Like shoelace, but on your head. There is a fly buzzing around in my apartment. It's bothering me. I can hear it. It's like somebody playing a tiny kazoo at the other end of my apartment. Server. Headless server. Yeah, see what you get by typing in headless server. It's like, does it give you a headless server console or... Let's finish actually putting the rest of this furniture into the bedrooms. Server stuff is just like subtly I don't think it's even remotely related. I think that's more of like a funny coincidence. I kind of refuse to believe that the term headless server exists because it's related to decapitations. It just sounds like it's related to decapitations. There's no actual connection between the term headless server and decapitating a human. At least, there shouldn't be. Okay, so we can put a gold table and a gold throne there. And that's going to be the expedition leader's spot. Yeah, I think like when it comes to things like headless server, I think that you need to just blame the way the language ended up working out for that. I mean, when you think about it, you can talk about things like a pie hole. That's something where people are just like, okay, let's just make a joke out of this. Chat, I think I need to quit Cookie Clicker. I have 420 Cookie Clicker achievements right now. If I get one more achievement, it's going to ruin it. But no, I will keep playing Cookie Clicker. Well, I'll stop. No, I can't. It's impossible. I must click the cookie. So on one hand, I'm really enjoying this fort. But once we're done kind of making cool shit for a bit, this fort's going to get really boring. The cookie is very baked, yes. Go to 690. I don't think there is 690 achievements in Cookie Clicker. There is only 583 achievements in Cookie Clicker. And I have 420 of 583. But they really should add enough achievements so that there's 666 achievements in Cookie Clicker, at least for a little bit. Yeah, damn is right. Completely agree. Missed opportunity, frankly. The Cookie Clicker dev needs to get on that. Just give us a bunch of non-achievements just so that we can have exactly 666. Putting all those gems away. But yeah, I think what we're going to do is we're going to get my military training again. And we're just going to go start threatening people and demanding they bring us trade goods because this faction needs trade goods. So what we're going to do is we're going to train up the military a little bit and we're going to start threatening people. We're going to be like, we'll beat the crap out of you if you don't send us your I don't know, your whatever people send dwarves. Your gem encrusted bags. There you go. So they better bring us gem-encrusted bags. Or socks, yes, that too. Bring us your socks. Your glorious artifact sock. And we won't stab you to death. Otherwise, we may or may not stab you to death. We can neither confirm nor deny whether or not the stabbings will begin sooner or later. It's a lot of dog meat we got. So we're just going to let them finish all this hauling, putting stuff away, and then we're just going to let them hang out in the tavern for a little bit. We'll geld your males if you don't trade with us. Yeah. Just go fucking take a hostage and be like, "Well, Kaddish not off." God. You only have 415 cookie clicker achievements, at least on Steam. Does that mean you have to revive your bakery? What, like total, or that's the number that you have? Because if you have an update, the game like got an update this morning and they added a bunch of achievements, as well as a new type of building. We now have Cortex Bakers, these things down here. So these are new. Which also added a new tier of kittens, kitten admins, above kitten executives. It's maybe not the most. I've seen some pretty interesting small factions, but this is a weird one for sure. Yeah, Cookie Clicker got an update today, so I had to restart Cookie Clicker for the first time in like weeks. Because I haven't turned off Cookie Clicker in a really long time. But I had to update Cookie Clicker because they added, like I said, a new type of building. Yeah, I mean, it auto-saves like every couple of minutes or so, so you're not going to have a problem with it auto-saving. Oh, you use browser. Gotcha. Yeah, I use the premium version that I purchased on Steam. I didn't even get key for it. I literally bought it. I was like, well, yeah, okay, you mad lad. Yeah, I've gotten enough time and fun and dumb brain clicky entertainment out of this thing. Might as well give it $5. Seems worth IDK. Yeah, I think we'll do another 15 minutes of this, and then I will go get my lunch. And then when I come back from lunch, we'll do a little bit more of this. And then later this evening, we're going to play Unexplored 2. That is the plan for the day. Me and my fancy milk. I mean, come on. You too would show off your fancy milk if you had fancy milk. Come on. You know you would. Although I'm really happy about the update because it like tripled my cookie output, meaning that I can get a lot more cookies now a lot faster and actually get to where I was trying to get. Like if I just let Cookie Clicker run right now without actually touching anything, I'll get my current goal, which is kitten executives, in 2 days. Previously it was like 149 days. So like, yeah, quite happy about the update, frankly. Quite happy. Cancelled building thing, reason getting something to drink. Well, that's fine. This is going to become a throne room or study, and it's going to be given to Sithanos. Lava box.
Wow, 60 months. Seems like yesterday.
You know that that's 5 years, right? You're the second person to pop that resub. Thank you, by the way. For those, I always have to shout out Flavabox whenever Flavabox pops in. Flavabox was the first person to ever subscribe to this channel. Flavabox subbed to this channel before I realized I had a sub button. Flavabox was the first person to subscribe after this channel got affiliate. First person. 5 years, yep. Fucking 5 years, dude. Also, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Seriously. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for 5 years. Jack, can I get a big fucking round of beers? That's a lot of time. Also, we have follower emotes now, Flavabox. So not only do we have like the beer emote, which is very popular, but we also have like knockoff versions of my old emotes, which were drawn by the community, and I think they're kind of fantastic. I definitely missed one of them, but it's right there. But hope you've been well. Hope life's treating you well. Out of the original 15 people that subscribed, something like 6 of you guys are still subbed. Out of the original 15. Ooh, we have our first tantrum. Where did Elamino go? Oh, that was a very short tantrum. Did not commit a crime. Okay, so we're going to put a gold chain back there, and that's going to be our prison. Can anyone make those? So the way I'm doing the follow emotes starting next month, we did them towards the end of last month, so I didn't do it this month. But at the end of the month, I'm gonna send out a poll to my patrons, and we're gonna remove an emote, and then I'm gonna send out another poll to my patrons for what emote to add. So I'm gonna send out a poll with an image of every single one of my follow emotes, and be like, all right, which one do you want to keep? Which one do we get rid of? And then they vote on the one to get rid of. And then I will add in a different one. And we'll have it like a rotation. That's kind of the end goal. So yes, you can absolutely make them and just send them to me, and I'll add them to the pool. But the rules are they have to have a white background, no transparency, they have to look terrible, and they have to be drawn in MS Paint. Or like paint.net or some equivalent. But yes, anyone can make these. We now have our one prison cell. It's partially because my artist is in Russia, so I can't legally pay him money for art now. So I'm kind of at a standstill when it comes to art for the channel, because I don't really want to swap to a new artist because I like my artist's art so much. But at the same time, like, we needed follower emotes, so I just kind of made do. I was like, you know what, chat, you fucking draw some follower emotes and we'll have follower emotes. And it kind of worked, I think. Could I pay him in crypto? Not legally. Because that would be breaking sanctions. And wallets are still publicly viewable, and I'd really rather not get in trouble with the Canadian government. That seems like a bad idea. So I was like, yes, I could, but that still doesn't solve the problem. I could also, like, put some money into a catapult and throw it across the border and hope he finds it, but, like, that would also be breaking sanctions. I could also pay somebody in a different country to then carry money across the border and give it to him, and that would also be breaking sanctions. So, no, I'm not going to break sanctions. I'd love to, but I can't. So I can't pay Cooler for art probably forever, which just kind of sucks. At least until Putin stops being a fuckwit. Which, I'm not going to be optimistic. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. If only. What might end up happening if I do actually seriously need art is I will just say, I'll pay you when I legally can, and if he wants to do that, I'd be down to do that, but there actually was a news story in local news around here for BC, Canada, recently that was essentially just stating that there is a dude who got fined. It was like $40,000 or something for wiring money to somebody in Russia. Right, Elamino, you need to be removed from the military, unfortunately, but I don't want to expel you. So we're just going to remove you from the military because I don't really want someone who's tantruming running around with a... That seems bad. Gonna go down here and spaz worship everything? What if I were to put a table in here? Maybe you'll knock it over. Wouldn't that be fun? 1 count of disorderly conduct. Sorry, Elamino, but you're getting a beating. Praying to Rash the Death Fatal. You got slapped. Now you're getting carried to the hospital. So, yeah, no, I don't feel like getting bankrupted for buying a couple images. Good morrow? No, or you mean morning? Hey, Anander, how are you? Tomorrow, for me, actually, on Friday, we will be streaming on Friday for once, and it's my birthday. We'll be raising money for juvenile diabetes, and I will be playing with some of the worst tile sets you've ever seen, most of them made by the community. And if you want to make a terrible tile set for me to use for tomorrow, and you can get it to me by the end of tonight, I'll probably use it. Plenty of people have been making MS Paint tile sets and variations on things like that, so should be a good deal of fun, I would think. Oh, really? Yeah. It's unfortunate. Whoa, that is a wasp. Give me like 5 minutes. I gotta evict the wasp from my apartment. All right, so it either flew out of my apartment or I'm gonna get harassed by a wasp again in 10. I, like, opened the door all the way on the sliding glass door and waited for a few seconds, and then it disappeared. Yes, it's warm enough in Vancouver and wasps. It turned into summer in the last 3 weeks. It's like 20 degrees Celsius. It's like 23, 25 degrees Celsius outside right now. We went from like winter to summer in like 3 weeks. Yeah, it's 23 C outside right now, which is definitely warm enough for wasps. All right. Anyway, and I had my sliding glass door open all the way, or about that much, and then it like just flew in here, and then was like, I don't know, maybe a foot away from my monitor, like maybe about that far away from my monitor, but like quarter of a meter. And I saw it fly back around, and I ducked out and went around the corner, and then I saw it buzzing around. I opened the sliding glass door all the way, and then the buzzing disappeared. So either it's like sitting on a wall somewhere in here and I don't know where the fuck it is, or it's out. So I'm just going to hope it's out. How's the Cloverfield coming along? Well, hopefully it's not a Cloverfield paradox, but it's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. The clover's growing pretty happily. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you make a SpongeBob SquarePants tile set, I will probably use it. Anyway, what were we talking about? Before I got assaulted by a wasp, meditate on torture. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Satisfied while prying on somebody. You know what? Honestly, let's make you into the Tavern Keeper of the Marsh Pit. What were we talking about before I left? Various things, I think. But hello, Soggy Toes. How are you? I'm gonna need to go to lunch pretty soon, though. Probably should have done that while I was fighting with a wasp, but oh well. This is gonna be kind of an ongoing problem for the summer because I have like I live in an apartment, right? And the one window I have in my apartment is a really fucking weird shape. And the one window that my AC fits in doesn't allow me to seal off the whole window. And my sliding glass door is a weird shape, and I'm not allowed to put a screen on it because it looks ugly. And actually buying and custom shaping a screen that wouldn't look ugly is out of my budget. So every summer I always have to deal with random fucking bugs and spiders and things coming into my apartment. And it's fine. I can tolerate it. Like, I've never actually been stung in here. I actually had a wasp one year, a mud wasp specifically, fly into my apartment and make a nest in my apartment while I was sleeping. Woke up to this weird fucking buzzing noise and then walked to one end of my apartment and saw it making a nest. So that was kind of distressing. Waited for it to fly outside, and then I blew its nest up, and then it buzzed around outside real pissed off for a little bit. Mud wasps are horrifying. They're like that big. But yeah, no, it's just something I'm gonna have to deal with kind of for the rest of the year, basically. But it's okay. Wasps are good guys, even though they're terrifying. Oh, is that a hungry head? How the heck did you get in my fort? There's 2 hungry heads in my fort. And blood everywhere, for that matter. I'm gonna send the military up here. Go kill those hungry heads. The chief medical dwarf grabs the hungry head by the head with her right arm. You don't say. Pickleless cage, eh? Was it on awful taste but great execution? Hunting dog attacks the hungry head, but it jumps away. Hungry head is fighting. Wood burner scratches the hungry head in the head. In the right wing, tearing the muscle. The wood burner strikes the hungry head in the left wing with her copper pick, tearing apart the muscle. All right, well, those 2 of them are dead. Let's get the last one. Hungry heados, yeah. Well, at least they're not hungry hideos. It's a very different thing. We'll see you when we see you. Rolf? I mean, I don't. Are you expecting me? I have a question. Are you expecting me to have like detailed thoughts on a bad tattoo? Because I don't. Because yeah, I really don't. Well, I don't even have thoughts. I mean, like, I've seen some incredibly terrible, tasteless tattoos, and tattoos are a personal thing, right? As somebody who has several tattoos, people have tattoos that they like. So I'm not going to go judging some person I don't know for a bad tattoo because it's not my place to judge. If someone happens to have a bad tattoo, that's totally up to them. It's not my place to say or care. And I don't. Uh-oh, there's an insane dwarf. Totally. If they're meaningful to you, then that's the perfect reason to have a tattoo. People love to just like mock and make fun of tattoos and point at bad tattoos and comment on bad. This is fucking. If somebody has a tattoo, it's probably because they wanted it. Let them have it. Tattoos are actually something that are planned, believe it or not. Tarn has talked about wanting to do tattoos, and he says that they've talked about it before. So I completely agree. Tattoos in Dwarf Fortress would be fantastic. You can't wait for magic tattoos? That's just an anime, probably. Heads up, chat. Wolfenstein New Order is free on Epic. So go claim it so that you never play it, just like I'm about to. I'm just imagine someone getting a tattoo of a bee now and just shooting bees out of their arm at somebody. Because you said bee. Are you butchering a hungry head? Not much to butcher on that, I would think. It's like you are. Hello. How are you, cutest? You know that thing that you said not cute on Discord? You know that's an AI-generated image of a dwarf? We got Pigfinite to feed a dwarf description to that Midjourney, which is a AI art generator. That's what that was. So yes, not cute. I agree. Very much not cute. But kind of awesome. Also, the tile set right beneath it, all of the tiles, not cute, not hot, same thing. All of these tiles in this tile set were generated using the same AI, which I think these look kind of awesome. TBH. I mean, like, look at these fucking guys. Look at this shit. This is awesome. I love this. This is fantastic. Like, the trees are going to be real difficult, but I don't know. I think this looks awesome, personally. Man, that dwarf came real close to almost falling into lava. Just realized I screwed this up. Oh well, it's fine. Yeah, a couple of months. Since the war started, kind of. Actually, yeah, that is when I modded you. My phone just decided to go a little bit haywire. Is my mom texting me? Nope. Gotta follow her on Twitter. What, since the war started? Well, it was because for some reason Cutest couldn't get into the sub chat. So I... Think about that statement for a second. You'll figure it out. H2O. But yeah, Cutest couldn't get into sub chat to yell about politics. So I modded Cutest on Discord as a workaround because I was too lazy to figure out what the issue was. And then we just eventually said screw it. Let's see. What word would be relevant to somebody living in Russia? H2L. I'll give you an assist. Got game time to shoot some Nazis. To be fair, there's never been a better time to play Wolfenstein New Order. Everyone needs to go shoot some Nazis. That's nothing wrong with that. And before I get, like, in trouble for saying that out of context. Although one thing that I do think is kind of terrifying, actually, is how quickly people move on from conflicts. It's like conflict happens. It's shocking how quickly people forget that there's a conflict happening on the other side of the world. It's happened with every single major conflict in the past 10 years. I'm always just like, I read about it in the news, I hear that it's happening, and I keep thinking about it for the next, like, and until it's over, more or less. Yet people, like, just a couple weeks later, you mention it and they're like, the what now? All right. This from up here is going to be where we are going to dump the body bits. Let's go over to here. Go down to body parts. Dump. And corpses. Dump. I'm going to unsuspend you. Give the military a break so that they go dump stuff. We're going to go throw corpses into lava. So this isn't a problem, but I've now got 3 people with the exact same username that support me on Patreon. I just gained a Patreon sub at the $2 tier like a minute ago who has the exact same username as 2 other people who support me on Patreon. I've now got 2 Lauras and 3 Hopses. Great. No, I mean, I wasn't calling you out specifically. I just think it's amazing how quickly people as a whole forget. Like, I've been following the Kiev Independent, which is like an independent English newspaper based out of Kiev, right? And they have like a $7 a month tier on their Patreon where you can just like where they basically send you weekly updates. And one of the columns that they've been posting on their paper pretty regularly is how quickly the traffic to their website and their newspaper has tanked since like the initial days. It's like it was like 15 million hits per day the first couple weeks, and it's gone down to like the tens of thousands. It is shocking how quickly people forget about conflicts. Like when it's the hot new thing in the news, everybody pays attention to it. And then the second it ceases to be the most relevant thing, people forget. Or they start claiming that it never happened because people are strange. I think I can pretty safely say there is no longer a wasp in my apartment. I think it's gone, guys. Do you ever when there was like a big bug or a wasp in your apartment or house and you hear it buzzing, do you swear that you can hear it for the next like hour? Because I swear I can hear a wasp buzzing around, but I can't. You stopped reading news? I mean, same thing, right? All right. Oh. Dwarves are mostly chucking up body bits. Because I can say for certain that there isn't a wasp in my apartment anymore, but I still swear that I can hear it. Anyway, on happier news, tomorrow is my birthday and we're going to be raising money for juvenile diabetes. So, that's a happier note, right? Even worse when it's a mosquito. True, I squished a mosquito on this monitor last night. You're done finally? What you done with? Oh, you made a tile set too. Man, everybody's making tile sets. You open the news every once in a while to check which VPN services are bad. I still think it's hilarious that... Elamino's tantruming again. All worshipping. I still do believe it is kind of amazing. Punch the table again. That Instagram is a terrorist organization, according to Russia. That is just kind of funny. I know it's not funny, but it's kind of funny. Dwarf got into a fight with a dog. Probably going to be at least one count of disorderly conduct, right? Punching a dog is disorderly conduct. I mean, it's at least animal abuse. Hungry heads have a lot of teeth. Well, I can it's like the one thing I ironically agree with. Is that Meta is an extremist organization. It's just funny. Like that's the one bit of like, well, that's kind of Schadenfreude. It's like that one day that Europe shut off services for Facebook for a day due to privacy concerns. It's like, yay, they became a utopia for a minute. Let's get rid of all this storage up here. There's a lot of death in here for it. Oh, for the yeah, you have to remember to put every single individual tooth into the coffin or the body isn't buried yet. It's just like that one arm in Long Death that scared all of my dwarves for decades. Oh, hey, I got another tip via YouTube. Can I just say that this person just referred to the Dwarf Fortress Steam News as DF-SN, and it looks way too professional. Your social media consists of Discord and Twitch. That's you could do worse. Your wife uses your Facebook more than you do? Why your Facebook? Why don't you get her own Facebook? Like, kind of a serious question. Why doesn't she have her own? Seems weird that she'd use yours. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I hung out with my friend on Tuesday after stream. And he straight up thanked me for making him delete Facebook. It took years of convincing. It literally took me like 2 years to convince him to delete Facebook. But he says that he's just like, deleting Facebook is the best thing I've done in the last 5 years. I'm like, told you. Fucking told you. It's like, I think I finally convinced him in like 2019 or something to delete Facebook. Might have been early 2020, but eventually I convinced him to delete Facebook, and he claims that it's the best thing that he's done in the past few years. You're increasingly leaning towards it. I recommend it. I mean, like, then again, I recommend deleting all and refusing to use all apps that are owned by Meta. But like, I fully understand the issue of like, are we out of booze? No, we're not. I fully understand the issue of not having contact with people. But at the same time, here's what I found when I deleted my Facebook, because that was my excuse for years, right? Tapioca, that was my excuse for a very, very, very long time. It was the only way I could stay in contact with a few people. The people who actually give a shit, will stay in contact. The people who don't care won't. So if you have people... Where are we giving water to? Huh. If you have people that you need to stay in contact with, if you delete your Facebook account, they'll stay in contact with you. That was my reality, and that seems to be the reality for most people. It's like, yes, you will lose contact with some people. But if they actually care to stay in contact with you, they will stay in contact with you. For me, the result was the vast majority of the people who I used to talk to all the time didn't care. And the few people who did immediately sent me a text and said, hey, what's a good way to stay in contact with you? And that's just kind of the way it is going forward for me anyway. That was 13 years ago. Yeah, see, you dodged a lot of bullets with that. White code. Totally, but like they shouldn't be posting pictures of your nieces and nephews on Facebook. Facebook doesn't need their data. this is just me being a weird tech nut. We should have laws that don't allow people to post pictures of their kids on Facebook. Like it should be illegal to post an image of your child on Facebook until they're like 14. Like that should be illegal. Our social network is how I found the first IRL. After that, you switch to Telegram. Telegram scares me for completely. I actually just watched a really freaky documentary about, like, how do I say this? Pedophiles on Telegram in Korea. And this is a freaky fucking documentary. Like, Telegram has its own set of problems, but at the very least, like, it doesn't have the same issues as Facebook. It just has its own weird, terrifying issues. There's perverts on every app. Yes, but the way that Telegram works makes it extremely easy. But yes, you are correct. Share? I watched it the other night and I didn't look at the name of it. Just let me grab it. My Netflix history. Make sure the Netflix is muted. Oh, by the way, new Love, Death, and Robots episodes are great. It's called Cyber Hell. It's a Korean documentary. Here, I'll find the trailer. Here's the IMDb for it. There is a whole issue about people installing hidden cameras in female bathrooms. Of all the things you could creep on people for, why a bathroom? Like, that's just nasty. Like, seriously. That's just my take, though. Like, fucking have some class, people. It's like, go to a beach if you want to creep on people. Fucking weirdos. You're loving the new Stranger Things? I hated season 3 of Stranger Things real bad. Like, I loved the first season of Stranger Things, was mixed on the second season, and didn't like the third one, so... But I've heard that it's better than season 3, so... I have heard that from a few places. Maybe at some point I'll watch it. I don't know. That was one of those shows where I watched it a lot with my ex, and it's like, some bad memories, mixed with some good memories. Like, that first season was fucking phenomenal. But everything past that's just been, like, progressively more meh. So, I don't know. I don't think they've gone back to the practical effects, and it was the practical effects that made me truly enjoy that first season, so... I don't see myself really going back to it anytime soon. I think that this will look really nice if we kind of overlay this area with bricks. Yeah, I mean, like, season 3 of Stranger Things was almost Austin Powers level of stupid, and I don't like Austin Powers. So, like, that was kind of my issue, yeah. Like, I don't like that kind of humor, and I didn't find it convincing, funny, or entertaining. It was just kind of stupid. That wasn't why I enjoyed that show. The reason I enjoyed that show initially was the convincing practical effects and the horror elements, and they went down the comedy direction, which... You might want to downscale that a bit. I don't know. I'm not an image editing person, so that's actually kind of hard for me to say. Looks like we've got another tantrum. Elmino, where are you at? Where are you at? Where are you at? You're not currently tantruming. I don't think you committed any crimes either. Yeah, I mean, like, there's, like, to be clear, there was interesting writing and bits and character bits in all of the seasons. Like, I do think, like, the character progression in every single season that I saw of Stranger Things was pretty good, for the most part. And generally the characters were, at best, creative and interesting, and at worst, just, not memorable, right? Like, I like all the characters in the show, but it was, like, the overall plot of the show itself that bothered me. But yeah, Billy was a well-written character. Like a really well-written character. And I think like the kids in general are interesting, well-written, believable characters. Like that is part of the appeal of Stranger Things as a show. But it lost me with the overall feeling of and vibe of the show. Right? Like I was there for the vibes more than anything, at least initially. And they've just kind of progressively lost me more and more and more and more and more as time goes on with that stuff. Season 4 is going back to the horror side of things. I'm not going to watch it for a while, probably. I might watch it eventually, but not anytime soon. Currently, I think it would still... Like, I know it's been years, and I know I should be a better person than this, but it's a fact that I'm just not. Things that remind me of my ex hurt still, and that show reminds me of my ex. So, if it's better, I'm glad. That's good. But, I feel like it would just make me sad. Because apparently I'm a delicate, fragile human being. Really wish I could suspend fishing jobs. I think it might... Oh, why are you fishing up there? I think I'm going to lock the dwarves underground. We're just going to close the door, seal them underground for a little bit. Actually, maybe not. I'm not going to do it that way. How am I going to do this? Just make that inactive. Stop them from fishing there. I'm having this problem where we're having a hard time producing enough drinks, because these fucking fishing dwarves keep on filling all my barrels with fish before I have a chance to actually brew anything. Did you post it anywhere yet? I can see it. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, this is just my take on Stranger Things. Stranger Things should have been one season. You know how, like, a Steven Spielberg movie stops being exciting and scary when you see the monster, right? Like the second you see the creature, any kind of like horror slasher flick thing stops being scary the moment you see the creature. Stranger Things for me stopped being interesting after season 1 ended, because I'd seen the creature. And yes, they've had different creatures throughout Stranger Things, but they're variations of the same creature, right? Like, yes, it's the Demogorgon and then like the weird puppy things and then the big monster thing in the underworld. But it's like that first creature was the coolest, the most interesting, the weirdest, and the most exciting. Everything they've done since then has just been more of that. And that isn't why I go to a show like that. I watch a show like that for the weird, the exciting, the strange, the thing that I'm only going to see once, right? So I don't know. Once I learned how the Upside Down worked and all that stuff, it's just like, to me, the best, there was 2 moments in Stranger Things Season 1 that I think are some of the best recent memories I have in television of the last couple decades. And that's the, spoilers for Stranger Things Season 1, the scene with the lights and the kid's mom, and the scene with the thing pushing its hand through the wall. Those 2 sequences are some of the best pseudo-horror, like, retro monster movie sequences I've just seen in cinema in recent memory. Like, nothing has, and they haven't topped that yet. And I don't think they ever will. Hopefully we see you tomorrow, cutest. Tomorrow's a charity stream birthday day. So you take care of yourself. Sleep well. And I don't see them topping that anytime soon. It's just like a non-starter as far as I'm concerned. He'll try and find some time. Just pop in and say hi. That's all I ask. Even if it's just for a few minutes. I'm just so disappointed with this fortress right now that we're not getting more interesting visitors. I'm going to go raid some dwarves. But we're not going to raid them. We're going to demand a one-time tribute. I'm sending Trizuka, Cutest, and Lab Chimp, and Dank Penguin out. And they're all going to go try to demand ongoing tribute. Or a single tribute. Because we need people to trade with. Otherwise, this faction's going to die. So we're going to see if we can wake up the economy and put on a little makeup. And if we can, that'll be a positive thing. It also doesn't help that the character development is mostly geared towards teens. Yeah, that too. I mean, like, the biggest problem that I think this is the biggest problem I have with Stranger Things. Stranger Things Season 1 felt like nostalgia for adults. Stranger Things Season 2 and Season 3 felt like a show for children. That's my problem with Stranger Things. Aw, can I just say I love it when cats follow dwarves as they're leaving to head out. Like, 4 of my dwarves just left to go demand tribute, and Pet Cat follows them to the exit. It's like, aw, you... How do you know when you're ready to demand tribute? There is no way to know. You just go demand tribute. And sometimes you fail and sometimes you succeed. But regardless of if you fail or succeed, as long as you don't attack them, they probably won't start a war with you. Although I will say, it is impossible to demand tribute from goblins. Goblins will just attack you. But yeah, there is no way to know specifically. But yeah, no, season 3 very much kind of solidified that in my mind with Stranger Things. It's like, oh, this isn't a show for adults anymore. This is a show for kids. And that's totally fine. It just means I'm not the audience for that show, at least for those 2 seasons. You know, honestly, I should just watch Dark because I watched that Korean documentary, right? It's in Korean. I watched it with the English voiceover. I should watch Dark because I've been told by a number of people that Dark is Stranger Things, but for grown-ups, basically. And I tried watching the first episode pilot of Dark, and I couldn't keep up with the subtitles. And I tried watching it with the English voices, and it felt so fucking wrong. Like, it wasn't good English dubbing. So I'm just like, Also, just kind of a side note that I think is kind of funny. The subtitles for Dark are censored very weirdly. Like, there's points in Dark where like main character or like person in the center of the screen will just audibly scream, "Fuck!" and the subtitle will read, "Dang it," which is very funny to me. I fucking love it when they do shit like that. It's like, you didn't even need to subtitle that one, but okay. So when I see stuff like that, it's just like, I don't know. Damn, dude. Like, someone on TV on the screen screams "fuck" and then the subtitles like, "No!" Like Ned Flanders just said. It's just like, "No!" Gotta say the bad words like "no." But yeah, I don't know. It's weird having that sort of thing. I like the Korean zombie series. The only Korean series I've seen recently, which I did also watch with the dubs, but the way they do dubbing for Korean shows is quite nice, actually. It's like described audio. So it's like you'll hear the actual voices in the background kind of muffled and then an English voice speaking over it. I can do that, but for Dark, it's just a straight up dub. And it sucked. But I watched, what's the name of it? The Silent Sea? Was this the name of it? The Something Sea? Sci-fi show? That was in Korean? That one was pretty good. All right, so we went off to demand tribute, and they've gone for a run. See, they get there. A tribute agreement was proposed by the murky air and was rejected by the old bridge of Craftsbreach. They rejected our tribute request, and then we came back. So now if I go here, the Rim of Servants are now aware of us. Whoa. They have a lot of barons. They don't have any royalty, though. Oh. Just barons. Interesting. All right, well, let's go demand tribute from somewhere else. No goblins, though, just other dwarves. We're going to demand a one-time tribute. We're going to send the Wasteland soldiers. How you feeling, Elomino? Pretty terrible? Good to know. Damn it, Pink Fluffy Llama, you're cheating. Trazuka's back out. Weird cult fort. So the TLDR, Clino. There's almost no men in this faction. Just period. There's only 2 forts aside from mine. The 2 forts have a very low population. And All of their gods are female dwarven gods of torture, misery, death, and yada yada. The only male god is the god of reproduction, crafting, and pregnancy. And the queen is a Gelder. So yeah, some kind of weird cult fort. Also, I only got the 2 migrant waves, and we've gotten nothing since, and they're all meditating on torture all the time. So, yeah, some weird cult fort, pretty much. Right? And from what I can tell, there's like no necromancy or anything weird going on. It's just, they're just dwarves. They're all sometimes cruel, too. So, I don't know. Oh, it's very wholesome, H2O. Very, 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 very wholesome. So I'm just trying to like get tributes going right now, because I'm just trying to trade with some people, because like the Mountain Home isn't even trading with me. Obviously, we aren't beating up the men enough. I think is the problem. Maybe they'll trade with me if I Atom Smash them. But yeah, some sort of weird cult fort. It's like some sort of Suicide Squad. Also, Clino, did you get the chance to watch any of my videos? Because, geez. I was up until 11:30 editing those. God damn. Took forever. Today was a massive catch-up today after being sick. Yep. You have both videos in the tabs. You not watched it yet. Gotcha. Yeet. Hobo. Cookie Clicker got an update and added a new tier of items. That is all. But, what's up, man? I had to evict a wasp from my apartment earlier today. It's probably the most exciting thing that's happened. But yeah, Cookie Clicker updated, so that's the real serious importante news from today. Oh, also another thing, Clino. The lake that this fort is on is literally called the Stupid Lake. Okay, that's just a weed eater, not the wasp again. God damn it. Elomino's throwing another tantrum. And beating up a puppy! Why would you beat up a dog? What'd the dog do to you, you asshole? God damn it. The hell, man? Why? 2 counts of disorderly conduct? Beating up a dog? Hope you go to prison for your crimes. 29 days in prison and a beating. Damn straight. Get him. Where's my captain of the guard? Who actually is my captain of the guard? Sheriff is dragging me. Where are you, Kvish? Oh, you're detailing a floor. Very important. Can you stop detailing a floor and go beat the dude? Okay. Hold up. I get it. It's very important. Wow. Did you just... What is that? Oh, punched a tooth out. That's a lot of blood for a tooth, man. Like, seriously. Punches the tavern keeper in the lower body with the right hand, bruising the muscle and bruising the guts. Lots of bruises. Punches the miner in the left foot. Punches the miner in the upper body. Punches the miner in the lower body. Punches the miner in the right arm. Punches the armor in the lower body. They look sick. Punches the tavern keeper in the lower arm. The force pulls the thing. Pulling the thing. Ripping the thing. Lower body. I don't see any part where you punched him in the mouth, but scratched him first. Twisted the knee, punched him in the bruised his left lung, punched the miner in the upper body. You know, glad you're feeling better, Clino. Glad you are feeling better. Oh, well, Elomino has been found dead. So, I mean, that is what you get for beating up a dog. So, you shall not hurt dogs anymore here, Elomino. No more hurting dogs. I should have plenty of gold. Kind of sad that we had to kill Elomino, but he killed a dog. Or hurt a dog. So, frankly, I think it's perfectly justified. Evictions suck? Did it pour concrete down the oh, what? Evicting the wasp? No, it flew in here and then it just went boo and hovered right up there in front of my monitor for a second. So I took my headphones off and ducked down there and walked over to where the door was and opened the door all the way, and I think it flew out because I don't hear it anymore. Yeah, it's one of my hunting dogs too. It sucks, man. It's okay. We're making a gold sarcophagus for this horrible criminal. We'll decorate the tavern with them and put them on display as a show of why you should not beat up our dogs. The wasp you mentioned, white Anglo-Saxon. Yes, that's definitely what wasps mean. Yep. Absolutely. 100%, Hope. You nailed it. I'll throw you over here. In the mayor's office. I mean, not the mayor, the expedition leader's office. Meditate on chaos. Pray to Genlith, the beguiled frightful. As long as you don't try to multitask at all, you're good. So don't try to watch 2 streams at once. That might be bad. Also, Clino, in regards to the thing that I DM'd you about, I've been encouraging, and also at the end of that video, I've encouraged people to add or to send Tarn an email basically stating we want mouse controls and keyboard controls. We want the option for both. So hopefully we'll get some feedback over to him, because frankly, I think Dwarf Fortress would stop feeling like Dwarf Fortress if we didn't have the option to control the game with a keyboard. Have fun with the weird cult fort. Hopefully we see you tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be exciting. We're going to be playing with user-made or community-made tile sets. Okay. Yeah, get Elomino buried. Teeth first. Of course. But yeah, I'm currently in the process of downloading tile sets for tomorrow. Because a few people have sent me tile sets, and we're going to be doing what we did last year for the community tile set thing. One of the tile sets we have, in fact, was generated using the currently popular AI generator, which I'm excited to mess with. Yeah, I literally just grabbed it. So we're gonna go demand tribute from these dwarves all the way up here. And it was rejected. But they now know that we're here, so hopefully they don't invade us. We're just asking for tribute. We're not attacking anybody. We're simply asking for tribute. I kind of wish that we could just ask for a trade agreement. I feel like that would make a lot more sense, but... We're gonna go ask Union Theater for tribute now. Just a one-time tribute, not ongoing tribute. Nothing crazy, just one time. The people I rely on Reddit and the KitFox Discord to answer questions and teach new players are overwhelmingly keyboard vanilla weirdos. Well, I mean, see, here's the thing, right? Like, Tarn kept on saying things like, modern games don't do this. That's true. But I might be an idiot here, but Dwarf Fortress isn't a modern game. Even with, like, like the premium version, it still doesn't look like a modern game. It looks like a playable game, right? I don't think they should be trying to make it into a modern game. I think like they should try and compare themselves to things like Jupiter Hell and Caves of Cud and Cogmind, which is on Steam, right? Those are all games on Steam that are all keyboard primary driven games that have mouse as an option, right? I think that's the way they should think about it. It's like, have keyboard and have mouse. But don't remove one from the other, right? Like, try and have both, if at all possible, right? I think that is something that they should try their damnedest to achieve. And, you know, at the end of the day, if it's going to make the game take another 6 months to come out, don't fucking put mouse support. They'll fucking put keyboard support in. It's fine. But, like, if it's something that they can include, I think it's something they should include. From the early 90s to the mid-90s? It's updating from the 80s to the mid-90s. Wave depletion. 80s to mid-90s. If that. And like I said, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the game looking old. It's part of the game's charm. And I think if they try to completely disconnect it from what it used to be, that's just a shame. Let's just give these dwarves a break. Go dance. I want to learn about your dances and songs. Meditate on misery. Lovely. That's what I do on a Monday night. Did you? Wow. My this dwarf here broke the lever to the front door. That's not optimal. But I don't know. I don't think I'm I'm obviously not completely alone in that opinion because, like, you know, when I start telling people, hey, we should probably think about this and notify Tarn that we want this, when I start talking about that, everybody in chat's just like, wait, they're not going to have keyboard support? So I'm clearly not alone in that take that we should have accessible keyboard use. Tell a story. Oh, interesting. The year 191, Reg Trumpet Drill became the outpost of the Plank of Nations. What happened to Reg Trumpet Drill? You sent an email? Oh, yeah, no, I mean, like, half dozen people sent an email this morning. And also, like, I included a bit at the end of my Future of the Fortress video saying, hey, send Tarn an email saying that you want keyboard support, if you want keyboard support. You like not touching the mouse? Yeah, no, I mean, I would like to continue, like, I don't own one, but I would love to continue having the option to play Dwarf Fortress on a laptop without having to touch the damn touchpad. Well, the keybinds are going to change, right? Like, that's just kind of a fact. Like, UMKH has probably just been completely removed, right? Like, the keybinds are going to change. And that's just kind of a given. Although the thing that I said that I think really woke people up and made them go send out emails was when I commented that, you know, post-premium, Dwarf Fortress Classic is probably not going to have the keybinds that you want, because Dwarf Fortress Classic is going to have the same control scheme as Dwarf Fortress Premium. Jokes aside, I do almost all your mining designations with the keyboard, and use mouse whenever possible. It takes twice as long to lay out a guild hall with a mouse, allotting the time to erase all the jagged edges and the countable tiles. No, totally. They changed the key binding. UMKH is pure madness. No, I completely agree, Same Linux. UMKH is absolutely pure madness. By the way, you can curse in this chat, so if you're going to curse, just fucking curse. It's fine. Just don't use any racial slurs and we Gucci. But yeah, no, like, it's ridiculous that UMKH. No one should have to ever hit capital UMKH and lowercase UMKH. No one should ever have to hit that. That shit is ridiculous. It's pure nonsense. Absolute pure nonsense. Oh, whenever I see Dwarf has been bitten by a cave spider, I have a mini panic attack, then realize, oh, it's just a cave spider. We good. You hate that cave? What, thinking that every cave spider is a giant cave spider? I mean, this meme right here is going to become significantly less relevant in the future. But yeah, just like being able to use this command to flow out zones is way faster than a mouse ever will be. It's like, yes, it uses like way more keystrokes, and that is completely true, but at the same time, those keystrokes are way faster. Ooh, what poetry are you saying? And you saying walks is an example of the Tenberus meditation. It has no particular subject, and it is quite cruel. Overall, the poetry is great. Hey, Huntic fan, long time, how you been? I'm alive. Not dead yet. Tomorrow's my birthday, so we'll be raising money for charity, so you should show up if you can. I'm 28 years old tomorrow. You think it's uncurable? Really? I mean, the thing that's driving me nuts is half my dwarves have a fever right now, Clino, because there's this repugnant ooze that rains on the edge of the stupid lake. Or repellent ooze that rains on the lake, and they get this flashing red X, and you can't get rid of it. Drives me nuts. Your holy ears? If you have holes in your ears, you know that's natural, right? They're supposed to be there. That's how your ears hears. Doesn't seem like it because I have... nope. Yeah, I know. I was only born in 94. It's okay. I'll get to your high score soon enough. Although what I always tell people who are older than me is I probably have more gray hair than you. But just remember, if you're truly terrified of your ears, don't worry. You'll just be able to put out a really good Ears for Fears cover. Ha 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 ha. Streamer, you're funny. Oh, fuck. Wait, what? Oh, I see. I was like, why are they set as new arrivals? So this is me asking my old fortress for tribute. Not a bad walk. It was once again rejected. But the climactic dwelling now knows that we exist. Aw, thanks. Wave depletion. Here, let me go grab the picture that I posted on Twitter of my hair. It's hard to show you on this camera, so I will simply go grab the picture on Twitter. Scroll back. Scroll back, scroll back, scroll back, scroll back, scroll back, scroll back, scroll back. There it is. That's how much gray hair I have. My actual plan is to stream right up until I turn 28. All right. Permanent syndromes, which, although not severe, is a very mild chronic dizziness. It can prove crippling to a dwarf whose job needs immediate reaction. Really? Dizziness also reduces potential quality of items made by the dwarf and probably applies other penalties yet to be discovered. Weird. That is bizarre, dude. I mean, actually, something I should do down here is that this is a water source. Just thought of that, but... All right, let's, go demand tributes from humans. Let's find some humans. There's some humans. Hopper Jail. Temple Roots. Phantom Revered! Let's go demand stuff from them. I'm sure this will go just fine. I'm already older. That's not how time zones work. If I was born in your time zone, then I would be... That's not how birthdays work. I was born at 12:06 in the morning Pacific time on June the 3rd. So that's not... If it was how that worked, then sure, but it's not how that works. No, it's not. It's just like, no, I'm not 1 year older if I go to Korea. Because Korea doesn't count you as 0 for the first year. Like, you're not like 6 months old for the first year in Korea. In Korea, the day you're born, you're 1. So a 19-year-old Korean is actually an 18-year-old Canadian. Which is creepy, actually, when you think about it. I think Japan's the same way. Oh, have they just changed that by law? Okay, well then my information is out of date. But you're allowed to correct me. What Dandy Barfunkel said. Only by like 2 months, really? Wow. Hell yeah. Well, I mean, I was semi-accurate. So, wait, hold on a second. Does that mean that babies born now are 0 and adults stay the same age? Or did everybody's age drop by 1 year? Because imagine, like, a law changing and you becoming a year younger. That'd be fucking weird, dude. But thank you for the correction, Two Loads. That's interesting that they changed that. It was so super confusing to the outside world that a change had to be made. Yeah, like, our adults grandfathered in. Like, imagine being the same age as somebody who was born a year before you. I really want to know that detail now. I don't know if anybody can, like, look that up for me, but... Welcome back, Freeways. I hope your gym was good. Very little has happened in this fort. We're trying to demand tribute. It's not working. Trading with some elves, though. They brought us a panda. Let's see what else they brought us this time. Last time they brought us a panda, so we'll see what they brought us this time. Although I don't think the panda died. Although I haven't checked. It was pastured. I kind of doubt it survived. Almost always just die. We have a mink, a wombat, wild boar, cougar, green tree frog. There we go. We sold them some coins. Can confirm, panda died. Well, we had a panda. Well, the problem with pandas is they need bamboo to eat. And bamboo's very, 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 very rare in Dwarf. Imagine turning 30 twice. I'm having a hard time imagining that. But interesting. Everyone in the entire country gets 1 year older at exactly the same time on January 1st. So January 1st, 2023, everyone in Korea ages 1 year. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong thing. Korean students will be. Oh yeah, here. Okay, this is more accurate. Hold up. Could soon become 1 year younger. How old are you? I'm skimming an article. Give me a second. Is using an international accounting system, using a person's birthday, most legal administrative system. So the country is an official account to age, born at the age of 0, and gain a year every year on the age of January 1st. Even if they wouldn't officially turn 2 until December of that year. The method was mainly used to define a legal age of the addresses laws. The methods of the key. So, yeah, it looks like everybody is going to become a year younger on January 1st. Weird. Or, sorry, a year older on January 1st. Because apparently in Korea, people change their, like, you become a year older on January 1st. Like, that's the date of the year that you age, that you count your birthday going up. So you're 1 when you're born originally, and then on the 1st of January, that number goes up by 1 every year. But apparently they're going to shift down 1 year next year. That's strange. Wow. The world's wild. Culture's strange. I love it. It's fantastic. Anyway, I'm going to have to do some further research on this off stream. Pray to Lighthouse Boat Store. Which one is that? That's the... Okay, we need to make new clothes. What's the cloth that I have the most of? Hemp cloth. Cloth. Robe. 20. Cloth. Dress. 20. Cloth. Ay. But yeah, the only reason I knew that was because we used to get exchange students every year. It was like a way that my parents made some extra money. And it wasn't like a hard thing to do, right? So we used to get exchange students every year. And it was always like a topic of discussion for us over here. You're turning 40 soon, and it's scary. You think you're approaching a midlife crisis. I think I've had like, I feel like I'm worried about my eventual midlife crisis because either it's just manicness showing through in me, or I swear I have like a midlife crisis and a half every other year. It's like every other year I have a midlife crisis. Why did I? Man, muscle memory from long death. Figured out how to make shoe. What we'll make into shoes? Probably leather. But I'm not sure how many tanned hides I have. Not many. Yeah, no, I'm constantly thinking about and planning for midlife crises, and so I haven't actually had one yet. But one of these days, I will have a midlife crisis. And there we go. Start making cloth clothing. Oh, also something I haven't yelled about in regards to selling out enough yet today. For the next 14 or up until the 14th of June, my annual Patreon subs are 16% off. Normally, if you subscribe to a Patreon for a year, you get a small discount. I increase that discount twice a year from 6% up to 16%, which is the most I can discount it. So if you subscribe to my Patreon for a whole year, you will get the maximum discount of 16% instead of 6 for the next, I guess, 12 days now. So, which means if you want sound commands for a year, it's like $70.
Woo!
Like that. Instead of like 78. It's the cheapest way to get sound commands. Or you could get your name in the credits of my like news videos for a year for
I know this.
like it's like $18 or something. I'd need to actually go look at how much it is, but it's quite a bit cheaper than normal. All right, we got another mission report. So this is us going to go demanding tribute from some humans. At which point they go all the way up here. So hopefully we start actually getting traders soon. Again, it was rejected, but that's fine. All right. So now, a bunch of other people know that we exist and we're at peace with all of them. So hopefully, this year we just get a bunch of visitors. Also, looks like our lovely vampire who got expelled, who's insane, still hasn't moved much. Red Panda is fighting with one of my hunting dogs. All right, let's could go after the squeezing berth. Lenscraft. I'm pretty sure that's a brand of like glasses. The paper of good. That Lenscraft. Fight Tub. Oh, I read that as Fight Tub initially. I was like, oh my god, it's Fight Club, but no, it's Fight Tub. Tomb, not tub. Fight Tomb. We're gonna go demand a tribute from Fight Tomb. So a bunch of different dwarves and a couple other people. We are demanding tributes. Go demand the tribute. What's my favorite tribute item? I like it when they give me completely useless shit. Like stuff that I'd never actually be able to use. That's the best. Well, I mean, if you have a hankering for frog tips, the best place to go is frog.tips. Frogtips.com. Frog.tips. I love that that cat keeps following them to the edge. It's adorable. All right, chat. I think it is lunchtime for me. I'm just going to real quick drop a hard save. Wow, a hard save here. You're starting to think you're the bad guys in your DFO. Generally, the player is the bad guy. So we will be doing some more dwarfs, but I need to go eat a sandwich. I was going to go eat a sandwich earlier, and then I got distracted by the wasp that was in my house. So I'm going to give you guys some music to listen to, and when I get back, we're going to continue playing dwarfs for a little bit longer. And then this evening, it's going to be a long stream today, because as I said, I'm trying to stream till just after midnight. So I'm going to go get me some food, and when I come back, we will get back to the dwarfs. And then we'll probably play another 2 hours of dwarves or so, and then we will play Unexplored 2, which I received a key for, which I'm very curious to try. Not a lot of people have played it, though, which kind of makes me sad. I'm hoping that game would have a bigger reception, but I'm going to give you guys some vibes to chill with and listen to, and then we will be back in about 10 minutes. So